works well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Montage. Welcome everyone here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Wolf. I'm joined alongside DK once again, where it is our penultimate day, DK, before the finals. It's day 2 of phase 3, the final chance for all of our 16 squads of ladies to advance. Can you feel the tension today, DK?
So I've said all of those things, and it turns out I actually got myself muted, right? So a very exciting day that we've had all the way back in just yesterday. I mean, Inception definitely being one of those teams coming through with a beautiful upset. As we know, in match 5 yesterday, they came through with a glorious winner chicken. They had 24 points, and that catapulted them 10 slots up the standings. So I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have a similar kind of play coming through from, the other teams today.
Yeah, very close on these standings, still coming through from our first 5 games. We'll look at our 5 games later on. But to go back to our overall standings, as you've been mentioning, Yakut there leading the overall standings in first position with those 51 points. Now, it's the top 6 that will be going through into the finals. There is only 6 spots left now in phase 3. That middle bit of the leaderboard, though, DK, that is where we've been saying it's the closest.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely not a lot of points separating any of these teams currently. I mean, all the way from 6th place down to 16th, rather. Wow, math. As you can see, there is very low differences. I mean, the highest difference that we've got is 5 points, and that is between Goat Valkyries and the TPS esports team. So, the pressure is going to be holding pretty tight, and we are going to be seeing quite a few shifts come through with regards to these overall standings here today.
Yeah, these overall standings really, I think, as well, when it comes to the different maps as well. There are teams that have strengths on some maps, some not so much, and this will inevitably shape up a lot as we come into the standings. There is also some upsets, I think, down on the bottom of the leaderboard as well. We've got to still keep in mind the $1 Million Babies, Regnum Caria, even Wild Pixies. All of these teams on the bottom have had these big performances to see if they show up today. These map schedules, so where they have these final 5 games. Erangel, as always, will start and end of phase. Miramar, they're slightly in the middle, but in the centermost point. Sanhok will keep on changing how these standings really look. Sanhok, we've mentioned it, has changed it. I also wanted to go and look towards the side of Erangel and Miramar, because, DK, we know that these have also, as we said, really shaped up a lot when it comes to which teams are strong at each of these respective maps.
Yeah, I mean, there's been quite a few changes that we've had. We've seen Brute Force maintain a very consistent performance. If we take a look at how they played all the way back in phase 1, they were able to maintain a lot of that play moving through not Erangel, but also a little bit of that with regards to Miramar itself. But I mean, for a team like Wild Pixies, for instance, for today, if they want to try and see whether or not they can get themselves up into its top 6, we are going to have to see a very similar performance to what they were doing all the way back in phase 2. I mean, we've not really seen much of that currently present here in phase 3, so I want to see a little bit of that phase 2 Wild Pixie action coming in again, right? I mean, they played a phenomenal erangel. They had themselves a winner chicken dinner on there. I mean, Miramar also quite an exceptional performance that they brought through, but we've not yet had the luxury and the opportunity or the blessing to see them replicate those efforts come phase 3. So that's what I want to see a little bit more of today, right? Teams being able to just remind us how they got here.
And that's what's crucial, because if they don't show it now, they are going to be out. They're going to have to really show it, particularly here, because there is that bigger lead around those teams who have been performing, quite frankly, better in our first day here on phase 3, and have that safety blanket of the points that they've garnered so far. You are really looking at the 2 biggest teams of Yakut and Brute Force Ad Astra continuing their strengths here. Quite different though in the maps that they play, in which is strongest at both. Brute Force Ad Astra, very high, top of the standings on erangel when it comes to 39 points gained over those two maps. Miramar, though, it's Yakut's playground. 35 points, they're leading on this map instead. Brute Force Ad Astra on Miramar, they're 8th. And on erangel, Yakut's slightly lower down when it comes to that 5th position on erangel matches.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is going to be on, but as we've seen, these teams really showing quite a bit of a capability when it comes to the bounce back ability, right? The BBA. So I'm definitely going to be looking to see who's going to be running with full force of that little bit of BBA spice, because, I mean, as we've already established, there's not a lot currently separating the teams with regards to the overall standings. So it's all going to come down to how much of a grind they are going to be looking to put in today, right? The harder they push, the more they'll be able to, smile at the end of the day.
Yep, look, I mean, you gotta take the race to the chicken dinner. It's tasty, it's beautifully smelling here, DK, but only 5 of them are available, and they gotta be able to prove it, especially these teams who need those points, who aren't inside of our top 6 to be able to get into those finals. And as that playing path does center down into the middle, I think it's also important to register the stakes on the line at the finals. $7,000 available in those finals for these teams to get. Yes, they'll still have to compete in the finals to get that money, but it's still a huge prize pool that these ladies are competing for.
Well, let's see who's going to be the ones to triumph, right? So good spread coming through with regards to the Zoran, and also a relatively respectable flight path that we had. As we could see, the teams not having to struggle all too much to get themselves situated, as we did have a partially complementary Zoran being delivered on in. But again, right, looking at the available options with regards to positions, with regards to, a few of those hot angles, I think it's a healthy balance. Yes, we have a potential play that could lead us down in towards Sanhok Island, but that's a worry for a little bit later on, right? As we near the end of phase number 1, and in a sense, I'm kind of hoping to see the zone maybe shift over on towards Sosnovka, but on the other hand, I want to maybe see it kind of just stay up onto the main island.
So you missed out on the first game of the tournament here, DK, where it went not only into Sosnovka Island, but it went all the way into the ocean for around 50% of it. These ladies really did have, you could say, a warm-up. I wouldn't really say it's a warm-up, it was more like a dip into the lava bath, as it were, if that's what we're calling a warm-up.
Yeah, I mean, either which way, you're going to be feeling a little bit of heat come through, right? So whether it's a lava bath or, just a little splash in the pool, I guess it works essentially the same when it comes to PUBG. But I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to learn from that first match, and whether or not they are going to be approaching this potential zone slightly bit, a slight bit differently in comparison. But what we do, however, though, see is the Lakers coming through with a beautiful preemptive rotation. They are going to be just looking to get themselves situated right down onto Sosnovka.
Yeah, this is very typical of Lakers, always making their way down to the South Island. And this playing path obviously was a bit further north when it came to the initial drop locations, so you can see they've had some struggle this time. They've already actually lost a player. Actually, so far, I believe Payne were the ones, yes, to pick that one up. So catching them out around this ferry pier side where Payne often also do end up going, it will affect them slightly, especially coming back over this bridge. If it does go quite hard towards the northern end, they may have a slightly trickier time as well. Payne will realize that they've been moving in this direction with that elimination point, and they could then look, of course, to contest around holding that lighthouse position on the eastern bridge and on the bridge itself, on the house right to the kind of left side of it, as it were, coming off the bridge.
Well, as you know, if you want to overcome challenges, well, first thing you could do is look to build a bridge. So I'm curious to see if there is going to be any potential contention coming through on that. And it's interesting to see the spreads, though, because, I mean, that eastern bridge, it's close to the zone, but not exactly there. So Lakers, I think that's a maybe a bit of a surprise play that they are going to be looking to have now as they have full possession of that island. But I think then the play comes through for a team like the Goat Valkyries, right? Are they going to be looking to maybe also dip their toes onto a little bit of that southern positioning? Or are we going to see that rotation come right from Malta and then rotate into potentially alongside the Quarry region?
Yeah, so this quarry region really is going to be an interesting one. Again, it's up, as we said, for contention. Those high hills in the north, getting you that vision into Gatka. Also the hill, of course, on the eastern end at northeast really is great for looking at teams coming in from the eastern rotation towards that first phase. Also, while we're on these teams, I wanted to also mention Sirens is one of these teams where they're very flippy when it comes to what map they're playing on. So erangel has been difficult for some of them, while Pixies are also one. Here, as you can see on your screen, to be able to get those points on board. Nevertheless, Sirens, Miramar, they're looking at second position. 25 points, doing very well on the middle of the standings. erangel, though, is the biggest difference for them. Second to last position, tied with 2 points. Only on erangel these last 2 games yesterday. So there is a big stark difference, as we see, in some of the way that these teams play.
Well, let's see whether or not they are going to be looking to bring in the necessary adjustments. I mean, just based on the performances that we had happen just yesterday, I mean, there were several pretty amazing clutches that we had happening, right? We did see also several high tally games come through here. So there's no doubt in my mind that they possess quite a bit of capability, but we want to see that capability now, being evolved, being developed, being taken to that next stage, to that next level. Because as we saw in the intro video as well, there is going to be a slot up in towards the pro, the pro world, right? And competing on that level, you have to play a specific way, a certain way. You have to think a very similar way as well. So I want to see this develop, right? Because, I mean, these teams, they show a lot of capability, a lot of promise. But I want to see just how far they can push it.
And the most exciting thing about this is it's also a great opportunity for female professional gamers in general. And I think that's what we have to also look at, is that spot on the world stage. If you are going to represent yourself as only one team, yes, but as a team with the pressure, I would argue, but also the opportunity of all the other female competitors that you've gone through along your way, their reputation as well on your backs of how good actually the female professional scene is. And we've seen how good some of these ladies can be. I'm really excited who will end up taking that top spot.
Yeah.
There will be a really high level, though, of competition. I think they can still compete with that. I think that some of our best teams here, especially as you'll see in the finals, coming up soon as well, next week, there are some really scary teams.
But I mean, at the end of the day, right, you also got to remember that everyone that we see in the pro scene, they all started somewhere, right? Everyone started with some level of skill.
Killing the bots.
Yes, right? That's where you got to start, and then you got to try and ramp it up from there. I mean, and as we know, people experience that with varying levels of success to come through. So I just want to see, how much they can hone those skills. How far will they be able to take it? And I mean, based on what we're seeing so far, I definitely see a great potential coming out of here. And of course, I mean, this is phase 3, as you said, right? Once we move into the finals, 6 of these teams are going to be joining the teams that have already qualified. So again, that ups the ante, right? And already you can see just the amount of growth that these teams have experienced, coming all the way from day 1, phase 1, right up to phase 3.
Yeah, and especially that growth that we've seen through all of these ladies, that's the most exciting thing that I think we've been able to see so far in the tournament. Teams that maybe we looked at in phase 1 and said, we're going to have to see how they do against some of these top teams. Now I think they can. Some of them really compete with those top teams in the finals who, it's been a while now. It's going to be around 2 weeks for those top 4 teams from the group stage until they face some of these teams again. So that difference and their experience they've garnered from these 2 phases in between, as you say, that's the crucial thing that we got to remember. That zone has actually in phase 2 gone still that split between the island and the mainland of Erangel. Definitely going to be much more centered around the mainland of Erangel. You're really looking at these teams, so holding that coastal line position on the off chance that it does still shift towards the south side. So those kind of outposts, those buildings you see along the coastline, those hills as well, just to the more western side of it, that's where those teams are really going to be looking at holding.
Well, let's see whether or not they can get themselves situated and poach exactly where they need to go. But in the meanwhile, we've got Regnum also getting ready for a little bit of spice here. I mean, we did see Regnum having a little bit of a tough run yesterday, already managing to secure themselves 2 points when it came to Erangel. So definitely going to be hoping that they'll be able to up the ante, right? We want to see those points just, just trickle on through, maybe just rush on in. Whichever approach they're willing to take here, I'm game for it, right? I'm on board. I am super keen to see how they're going to be looking to apply themselves.
Look, my approach, if I was going into the enemy team here, you yeet yourself off the highest mountain with a vehicle and you just full send it in. I mean, you cannot deny that there is a surprise factor in this strategy. It may not be the most intelligent strategy, we could say here, DK, but it's my strategy and I'm proud of it. And if I were a coach, this is why I would struggle to be a coach saying this, but the surprise factor is always there. And if you may be a worse team, you can still get them out with the surprise.
Sure, we'll take that one. We'll say yes because
exactly. I'm
has
always
spoken.
right. Yeah, I'm always right. Obviously.
I mean, you're entitled to your own interpretation of that, and I will grant you that. So we'll keep it on that one for now. But in the meanwhile, we actually do see an interesting play coming through here between Before as well as Hard to Kill. I mean, yesterday also we did see Before really stepping up when it came to Miramar, right? They played a phenomenal few matches over there, but we didn't see exactly the same thing happening over on towards Erangel, so I'm curious to see what they're going to be able to do with this current position they're holding.
Yeah, this position they're holding actually really good. They don't have to press on too hard to kill either. They can just hold this hillside that they've got for themselves. Really valuable, of course, again, with the position of this zone, right, when the way it can switch. Yakut, though, having to switch into the fight, they're already going to lose one. Now Melly is down. KYS Virtue taking down the first knock against him. They can still try to pincer them here. You can see the rest of the Yakut stepping forward, trying to throw their throwables in, but that's a big knock behind as well. Now Hikori trying to do what they can, but they will also fall a line one by one. Yakut are slipping, and they will fall out of this game in last position. A big change from Yakut that we saw yesterday on Erangel here, DK.
I mean, but that's a beautiful play coming through from KYS Virtue. I mean, if we look at what they did yesterday, Yakut had double the amount of eliminations that KYS had. So, they just stepped up. They just brought the heat. They brought the fire. And, well, they were able to take Yakut down. So, well done to KYS Virtue. But now they're going to have to continue with that momentum, right? I want to see, is this but only a start to a bit of a snowball effect for them? Of course, we'll find out very, very soon. What we also then see is the zone pulling right down on towards the western bridge.
And if you're KYS Virtue, you're really concerned about coming later into that zone. It's great that they got those 4 players. Of course, these teams really now will be looking at that coastal line. It has shored itself up much more to a 50-50 on which way this zone is going to go. If I were some of these teams, you could look at potentially even trying to cross if you're on ferry pier with a boat, or at least trying to stay out of the way of other teams on a boat inside of the ocean. It could be a strategy if it goes down towards the south side. It does end up helping you. Getting back onto the mainland of the northern shift would be difficult. Holding both this northern side of the zone, that is why I'm scared of these teams trying to defend themselves on the south side of the mainland of Erangel here. MIR, one of those teams trying to do it for now. You can see there's even the side of, I believe here, Pain just around them, who are also doing the same.
I mean, it's going to be a tough play, whichever way you look at it. MIR, they do have a little bit of pressure now starting to mount. But speaking about pressure, though, Lakers, I mean, they've got the most chilled position here. Lakers Monarchy, they are just having an absolute blast all the way down on towards Sosnovka. There's nobody there to contest them. They can just do whatever they like, at least for the time being. While the rest of the lobby are going to be just fighting absolute tooth and nail to get themselves positioned. And we also then see before taking a very bold plunge here, right? Just rushing forward in towards that more centered up zone. And I mean, you can't really fault them, but it all comes down to, will they be able to get themselves into a compound and a little bit of that hard cover?
And I'm surprised, actually, before you also decided to move away from that hillside. They've instead tried to find a better position down towards the southern side. As you can see, it's not working out for them. It wasn't really going to work out for them anyways. They now will lose their vehicle. They're going to be stranded. This was always going to happen, trying to rush into that sort of beachside area that you've got down towards Ferry Pier. Not having the information, trying to run down is your only way into there, and they would have had a lot more control on the edge in case it actually does ping back. It has, and now they're really going to be regretting not holding that hillside that they had a great position on.
I was going to say, it was so awesome to see the double care package come through. I mean, that is going to make one of these teams exceptionally happy, because they are going to be having a beautiful influx of loot come their way. It could be Regnum, because they are right there alongside it. I mean, you can't see it on the minimap, but it is literally just on their edge towards the eastern side. In the meanwhile, Brute Force trying to pick up the pacing as they are yet to get themselves properly secured out of the blue, but up comes the play, as we can see DNR now trying to make a little bit of a stand, but they are still going to be having to contest against the Wild Pixies. And I mean, Wild Pixies still having 2 players up, but they've got only one that can pack a bit of a punch.
Skiz has to do something. Both of them need to do it quickly. They will get rid of the Wild Pixies, dispatch them away. They needed to do that exactly the way in which they did. They are very far away here when it comes to this zone. 520 meters, it doesn't sound as much. At this point, though, in the game, DK, is a lot of information struggle they're going to have coming in. You can see there's still more teams on the edge of this stage 4 zone. This is also where the zones will start to pick up in the pace, so Brute Force are really going to have to put on the pedal, as it were, literally here to get on top of this hillside and find some points of control.
I mean, but this is not such a bad rotation for Brute Force and Astra, because they were already over on towards the main island, right? They've been slowly trying to push themselves further and further forward, but I think a team that is going to be struggling now is potentially the side of Lakers, right? They are now only joining us, moving into this next phase, as they had to kind of relinquish their position over on towards Sosnovka. In the meanwhile, Regnum, ooh, lighting it up as they try to bring in a bit of that contentious play. But you can see already, we do say goodbye to Bonfire Female, but let's see whether or not, no, well, they won't. Regnum will get swept away right back into the lobby from whence they came, and we are now down to our final 12 teams.
Big disappointment for Regnum. They needed to come out. They were down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Got to see what they can do next game. Brute Force as well, having that position for themselves. I think for also before you, definitely taking a lot of the eyes away from Brute Force's rotation as well. You have to keep in mind, you can see in which the way these teams are looking. They're much more focused on that team in front, rather than having the more time, you would argue, to look at those teams further away if there wasn't a team so in between.
Yep, you gotta worry about your immediate area. That's not necessarily gonna be the play here for Hard to Kill. As you can see, Ras does lock in a beautiful bit of a contribution at the expense there of Brute Force. But let's see whether or not MIR and Brute Force are gonna be able to push this to a conclusion, as they now, ooh, just double down. Brute Force and MIR feeling the pressure, the heat starting to boil on over, but again, no clear indication as to who's going to be taking it.
This split coming through from Brute Force. Dino just too fast, too quick on the rotation here. MIR, they still had a fight in front of him. You can see losing that player on the information they were trying to give for their team. With also a split left, actually, that solo player on their own, still alive there, Hate Me. but they are on a solo mission. MIR Esports really will come out with a victory on this trade. You also have to keep in mind that as that zone has shifted down towards Ferry Pier, there is still the Lakers alive. And Lakers are still going to be moving in with 3 players on that movement into the southern beach line of this zone. Gotta see how that changes up where these teams are looking, how they will impact potentially a fight if they do get to land.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon, as the zone is already pretty tightly packed, and we are yet to see many more teams get themselves situated. Now, Lakers are going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure being applied. As you see those hits lining up in the feed. I mean, Brute Force also finding themselves in a pretty tough spot, right? Down to Hate Me up towards the north. But, I mean, Galacticos, this is quite a bit of a setup that they've got here. And I'm curious to see if they can follow through and just assert their dominance. But they are going to be tried, they are going to be tested, and there is a plethora of teams that want to take their position.
And look who it is. It's Inception here. The last chicken dinner winner on erangel. They will have a tough time getting through this. You can see on the elimination feed, KYS Virtue, they're not winning out on that engagement. H2K as well, gonna fall down 1 to Hate Me, so still the solo keeping themselves alive for now. Galactico Sirens also looking further on towards Before You, still outside the blue. And that is the case for so many of these teams. Moving in now, it's got to be a big push. It's got to cement yourself in to a position here. As you can see, Inception onside that position. Almost. Now getting run over. Will drop down on the truck. This will be loud though. This will be them jumping in, and Galactico Sirens as well. They did so too. And they will start on their fight versus TPs.
I mean, this is almost one of those instances where you need to find yourself a bit of a grappling hook, lock onto some target, something, somewhere, and just yeet yourself back into that zone. Fortunately, we've seen a lot of teams already starting to trickle on through, but now it's going to be the $1 Million Babies trying to defend over on towards this northwestern side. Still have quite a bit of an opposition, trying to push through. As you can see, Inception knocking on the door. But $1 Million Baby's not going to be backing off of the contention just yet. Galactico is making up beautiful ground, right? Nearly getting themselves positioned right up into its center zone.
And this is what you wanted to see. This hard, this confident push straight into the center. Get a position, take it from the enemies. Do so quickly before more of these teams around you start to realize that you're there. Because that's when it gets difficult, trying to get into a location. Also, identifying the TPs were split here was really crucial. And that also allowing them to be much more aggressive onto the solo. So quick work on the information game coming through from Galacticos. $1 Million Babies, they too are trying to defend their position. Will have to make that big move now. It's widely shifted over, even towards the Galactico Sirens here and TPs. However, Samina is not having the greatest of times when it comes to dodging those nades.
Yeah, and with that, unfortunately, Samina goes right on down as the nade won't not seal their fate. But, I mean, Galacticos, they have a happy position here, right? They are defending that western front. But it's going to be a very tough play indeed. Meanwhile, it's going to be the players then from Goat. Valkyries also trying to get themselves situated, as we do see them getting ready for a little bit of that mobilization, trying to push on forward, but not having the easiest run just yet. They do find themselves a few of the $1 Million Babies, but at what expense though? I mean, time is slowly ticking away. We still have a minute and about a half to go as we now return over onto that. It is RFQ coming through with a beautiful buggy knockdown.
And they've got to get off this boggy soon, though. You can see way too far. They got too aggressive, $1 Million Babies, on that push through. They needed to stop, take in the fight that they had just won, and then shore up onto his Wizard Tower, move through one step at a time, trying just to jump to step 5 when they were still on step 2, taking out here Phaser Growl. The last one for Inception, it will come through. They are a player short of $1 million here.
Well, let's see whether or not $1 Million Babies can get themselves into a little bit of that security. I mean, the north, a lot of the pressure now starting to kind of get dialed back as we do jump over towards T-Pairs. Lisa definitely trying to see if they can find even more of an opening into the side here of Lake. As you can see, Futaba already down on their knees. Now it's going to be up to Akuka trying for a bit of an opportunity, but there's not a lot of space to work with, not a lot of cover to try and make anything happen with. As you can see, Taya, beautiful setup here. Let's see whether or not Utility is going to be able to find its place into the side of KYS. Unfortunately, Aquarius managing to evade those nades, at least for the time being.
Yeah, they will just hold off the nades for now. Tyre as well. Now also on the high ground. This is really important for Go Valkyries, actually. They've got a lot of perspective on where these players are, especially with how small this zone has gotten. They also have, crucially, as you can see here, those slight dips in those rocks as well. The way the terrain works does actually protect them ever so slightly from the angles of these other players too. So very strong position for Go Valkyries. Even though it's in the open, they have a lot of power in this final zone if they can just move in a little bit more.
Let's see whether or not that opportunity will be allowed. Now, Goat still perched or just outside of that zone, but look at the position down on towards the Lakers. I mean, Lakers, they're going to have a pretty tough run. I mean, Goats, they're not exactly going to have it all too easy, but it is going to require quite a bit of that hard work now to come through. As you can see, yeah, the angles now being played, being utilized. Goat feeling a lot of the pressure, a lot of that heat being dialed up. But Galactico Sirens, I mean, phenomenal edge that they've got here. They still have all 4 players up, and this is exactly what you need to assert yourself.
And this is exactly the power of a center position around stage 5 or so. It guarantees almost this zone will stay with you. $1 million babies getting run down though on their journey to that flank. They will not have it, the Galactico Sirens. They needed these points as well. Keep in mind, we mentioned them at the start of the game. Only 2 points yesterday. It is much more than that so far as they have to defend against the Valkyries coming in. Feina will also fall. Lotus won't even go down. That is a up to 8 now. And this should be with that. You've got to feel here, DK, a Galacticos win on the cards.
I mean, either which way, right? Galacticos are going to be walking out of this match with 13 points to their name. That's just where they are, right? Exactly the same year for T-Fest, right? 13 points minimum is going to go their way. KYS also love what they're doing here. 7 eliminations up in this one particular match. Just on eliminations alone, they've been able to accrue even like more points than they got in both of Erangels put together in just yesterday's matches.
And this is a crazy thing. This is the underdog story that you wanted to see. T-Pez as well. They were struggling yesterday too, DK. They're now also here, still with Lisa, their core player that they were losing time and time again yesterday. Now we get to see what Lisa can do. 6 eliminations already in this game so far. When she's given the opportunity, T-Pez looks like a totally different team. Is it charging in? That'll be the smoke forward. Soul Girl. They just need to get over this ridgeline. KYS Virtue. The other problem, however, on that sort of left flank you can see here for T-Pez will cause some problems.
Well, it's still a very tangible play for either of our teams. As you can see, those numbers getting drawn down further and further down. But Galacticos, they have the slight advantage. They've got 3 players up, but are they going to be able to utilize that space? I mean, we are just a few mere moments away from seeing what exactly is going to come through as we approach stage number 9. And now for those viewers that are not familiar with stage 9, that means no more zone. It is going to be only blue zone closure. So the match is going to end, whether these teams like it or not. Now, it is a little bit of that utility dispersion coming through. Galacticos having a great opportunity, but they are going to have to keep their eyes on the prize and just strafe their way through all the contention lying in wait.
And this is a big risk here. Soul Girl almost dies to the nade. On the edge of life. They're trying to get this revive off. There's no nades being cooked. You can see Cylinder holding in the corner for now. I believe they should be able to get this through. That is extremely close here from T-Pez falling down. They will both heal up now. The nade, or Molly here, should I say, should also come through from KYS, perhaps into these smokes. Would create again some pushback for T-Pez coming into this zone.
Well, here we go. Lisa looking to cook up a bit of a storm here. Galactico, as you can see, right, just such a difficult position, but Lisa with a beautiful nade. They do find he lives. Let's see whether or not this is going to be that go play. Oh, yet another knock. It's up to Cylinder. Down they go. And it is T-Piss looking to run away with the play. It is now our final two teams left to contest. KYS down to 2 players. Those HP bars not looking all too great. But up comes Lisa trying to clutch it out. It is a 1v1 showdown. Pinky coming through with quite a bit of pressure. But Lisa managing to narrowly escape. But will they be able, though, to get that HP bar back up? No! Pinky wraps it up!
Pinky, it almost looked like a 5-piece coming through from Lisa. Lisa, though, a very valiant attempt. 9 eliminations of the board. We know that we were waiting to see what she could do here in this phase. She showed us exactly what it means to have that opportunity and be able to pull it out with those eliminations when it counts. However, KYS Virtue, on the other hand, that chicken dinner, also Pinky closing it out there in that final 1v1, really crucial for them. You said, right, they're on a bit of a downtrend when it comes to erangel, and this will for sure bring forward their confidence that they've been searching for.
I mean, this is amazing, right? Pinky alone, as an individual, got the amount of eliminations they got as a collective in yesterday's matches. So a phenomenal play coming through here for KYS, as of course we know they ended up with a lot more than only 3 eliminations, right? They did end their run here with a beautiful 9. T-Piss, I mean, it was amazing, right? Also, just hitting those double-digit eliminations. Again, the team's showing what their capabilities are, and you got to commend Galactic Sirens as well, right? Yesterday, having a pretty tough run on erangel. Today, stepping up to the challenge, securing themselves 8 eliminations. I mean, that is 8 times more of a performance than what we saw.
And this is what we see from T-Pairs, right? It's Lisa either overextending in the early game, getting caught out, getting eliminated, and then struggling, or T-Pairs coming out strong with those 11 eliminations that they got. KYS Virtue, however, on your screen, they did get those 9 eliminations, they did get the 10 placement points, getting the 19 total. This will also, you gotta think here, bring them so far up those standings. We saw those overall standings at the start of today here, DK. That was very close in between that middle, as we said, and they will be another team now added to that long list.
Yeah, up, and, well, not away just yet, but definitely a lot of up movement coming through, and that is what we love to see. Speaking about what we love to see, a great range hit coming through here from Botsud. I mean, 327 meters, that is a nice, hot, and spicy bit of that range play coming through on erangel.
Not the highest we've seen. It is pretty darn high, though, on the elimination distance. This was also a very much 50-50 game coming through from these teams, and it was very close in terms of where these positions were standing on these teams. I'm surprised we didn't get a bit more carnage earlier, which is also, I would say, down again to the improvements of these ladies overall. Not going in for those big central fights that we saw in phase 1, now opting for that positional play, understanding their position on the map versus all these other teams as a whole. And that awareness improvement is, I think, the biggest improvement overall from all of the girls in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, very commendable plays that we've had, and a great way to kick off the proceedings in our very last day here of Phase 3. And this makes me so excited to see how they are going to be looking to now take everything that we've seen in this first match and take it over onto a little bit of that desert and jungle action, right? I'm just so excited. And I think today is going to be a very exciting one, right? We've seen teams having a tough run previously, now matching the pacing. So everything is literally going to be pulled down to the very last match of today.
And that's how it is here in the PMEWL, DK. It was like that last phase. It's gotta be like it once more. 19 points here for KYS Virtue. TP, though, very close behind. We said 11 eliminations, that second spot for them, 17 now total points. Galacticos also needing that bigger angle performance. There it is. For a team, I think, such as Galacticos as well, we know that they've been performing on Miramar as well. So as you said, going into those future games, some of these teams with now the big performance on erangel, it's their more comfort zone up next too.
Yeah, well, as you know, you always got to try and challenge that comfort zone. TPS low, double digits, gotta love it. Galactico stepping it up. I mean, then we get to the rest of the board. Brute Force also doing a very, very good job, right? Coming through with those 7 eliminations. Unfortunately, falling a little bit short when it came to the overall placement points. But speaking about stepping up, right? Lisa just going over and above, walking away with 9 eliminations and bringing in nearly 1,500 damage.
Ding dong, the bell of 1,000 damage and even to 1,400 has been rung once more. DK in the spirit of Neptura here, Lisa taking almost double digits in the first game alone. And also when we look at those top 5 eliminators so far in phase 3, you've got to believe here Lisa's going to be right on up there alongside those top 5. So really curious to see how that will change as well, given the standings.
Oh yes, of course. Now, Lisa, we need to see more, right? We want to see a lot of that Miramar as well as Sanhok action come through. But yeah, so far, good play for TPS. I mean, just in general, based on their overall erangel performances, this has now moved them up into second place, right? 34 total points, 20 eliminations that they've been able to accrue just across the past 3 erangels. So definitely a beautiful increase in their performances here.
And this is also, I think, where it does get slightly skewed though with the graphics. I think you cannot deny a fantastic performance through from them. We just need to see that consistency as well. And this is what I always want to press on these teams, is you've now got your boost to your confidence in your first day. You can see those eliminations and those damage really high for them. KYS, Galacticos, Sirens, even $1 Million Baby is there to an extent in the top 4 overall. They've just got to keep it up, because we know what all of them can do on these other maps as well when they get one good game. And now you just need to see that once more and show that they can repeat performances as well.
Well, it is a mental game at the end of the day, right? Of course, what we see out on the battlefield is a lot of skill, a lot of capability, but they're going to have to maintain that mental fortitude all the way across the board. Speaking about the board, though, we are going to be taking a look here at the overall standings. We've actually seen a few plays being made as the teams, lock in points, of course. Brute Force still going to be holding on to exactly where we saw them last time. But we have a few other shifts now also just slowly starting to encroach as well.
Yeah, those shifts as well. MIR even rising up, another one that we got to talk about on their performances that they had in this game before you, edging themselves down. And Inception there with a slightly worse performance, making way for T-Pairs for Lakers, who had good performances in this first game so far. Extremely close, though, as we have to say, between that 4th position and that 10th position. 9 points between it here, DK. That is extremely tight, and as you can see, multiple positions changing per game.
Yep, and that is what we just love, right? I mean, you want to see even more of that now being pretty evident as we have still 4 more games to go. And of course, well, next up is going to be a little bit of that that desert spice, right? So we're going to be looking to see how the teams are going to be performing. I mean, based on yesterday's plays, we did see Yakut bringing in quite a bit of an angle there. Galactico, Sirens also. Each of those teams to give themselves the winner chicken dinner. Now, now comes the question, right? Will we see them replicate that again moving into today's Miramars? Or could we have a few other potential contenders looking to rise up?
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. It's about the consistency, the big capital C at the end of the day, DK. But now it's time for big capital M and a big, short break here before the big match, as we should say, where it will be Miramar coming up next.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Highland Wolf here alongside DK, where we're just coming off of a KYS Virtue win over in Ferry Pier on erangel for our first match today. Now we're heading over to the hot and spicy Miramar, DK, where it is all going to change. There has been different standings, there is different teams who can definitely perform here on Miramar where they might have struggled on erangel before.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the teams that I'm going to be looking at quite closely to see what their response is going to be here will be Lakers Monarchy, because, I mean, we've got them pretty close to the top 6. They are only 2 points, 3 points away. So there's a golden opportunity for Lakers now to utilize their Miramar capabilities, right? We've seen them play a pretty good game when it comes to this Miramar match. So I want to see them now utilize those skills as best they possibly can. And who knows, they might make it into top 6 just after this match.
Yeah, Lakers have been one of those teams, actually, DK, so far in Phase 3, where they haven't been the flashiest of squads. They have been, though, consistently in the center of that leaderboard. And with also every single game that we've seen recently, with big performances from different teams all getting their own win, this has been the change, right, that you see, where Lakers, who haven't been a flashy team, are sort of getting put down in terms of the visual of who teams we see at the top, and also on the standings now as well, on where they are currently positioned amongst these other squads in Phase 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to how they are going to be just applying themselves. We do see them now starting to make their way down, heading up in towards Las Leones. This time around, I would say a decent zone. I mean, yes, we still have a little bit of the water over on towards that eastern side, but you got to wash the sand away somehow, right? It's just one of those things. But I'm excited to see exactly how the teams are going to be looking to play through what seems to be a little bit of a contentious position up in towards Picardo and those southern areas.
Yeah, there is a bit of contention around Picardo, particularly down to the south. That's what also makes me nervous, is there's not really a location for these teams to begin their looting phase over this side for that many players that are going to be moving towards Picardo. Before you really have to be aware of this on these players moving in, they've got to also be able to set up. If they've got the vehicles, you could even argue that there's a world where they might decide to even move out towards Monte Nuevo temporarily, or even Chumacera. You could look at those other teams on the south, such as Hard to Kill, moving over to here. Hard to Kill, though, they have found Nirvana, who has the knife, but I don't think it's going to be that great. You cannot bring a knife to a gunfight, and Raza is showing exactly why.
I mean, unless your name's Rambo, right?
Yeah, unless your name is Rambo. It's like that scene in Indiana Jones where the guy does the big sort of sword dance, and then Indiana Jones just takes out the whip and whips the gun, not the gun, the sword or whatever, out his hand, you know?
Yeah, but you gotta whip it real good. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, that is true, that is true. I have missed your dad jokes, DK. They are there.
A whiplash.
They've got an ace.
But,
that's not a knife, that's something different. That's also a molly. That nade almost hitting just about a fraction of a second more would have actually knocked Raze Lopalop as well. On the backside, have looked like they cornered them, but Raze is like, well, boy, you cannot corner her until there's more. And then Nirvana takes her out. So, unfortunate for Hard to Kill here, just not finishing off the elimination fast enough, and while Pixies eventually getting the loot in place.
I mean, respect going out to Nirvana. That is a beautiful bounce back. Gotta love it. You know, a lot of that BBA being utilized here, but now fight's not over just yet, right? HK using the opportunity to just get themselves repositioned. As you can see, Malefas now just reaching in with a little bit of that M24 spray down. But I think at the same time, you're still got to watch out for Lexa. Lexa, though, quite distant from the rest of the team. But if Lexa decides to move in, that could be a golden opportunity. But Lexa is going to be beaten to the punch as before now comes just trickling in behind him.
Yes, Giz really has to make some sort of move here. You've got the entire squad before you around Wild Pixies. It is disaster for the Pixies in this game. The Nirvana going, I would say, too far out, knowing that the Huddle were around, and with the health on Nirvana you saw, really couldn't afford to do so. Malef is still going to be there pinchering the Wild Pixies. They also don't have a vehicle, more importantly, in this location, which is going to be the crucial crux on their spot right now. And I really am concerned until these teams move away. Wild Pixies, how are they going to get out of this spot?
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a pickle, right? Yeah. Lopalop has to go dig quite deep, right? They got to find a way to get themselves and their teammate out of a very, very sticky and maybe a little bit of unfortunate play, but we'll see how it goes. In the meanwhile, KYS Virtue also taking a very interesting approach to their spread within the zone, coming through in single file, right? We've got Pinky all the way towards that southern side, then we've got Delisha, Kowalski, and then Aquarius is going to be holding up alongside the Pain Lady. So Aquarius definitely needs to watch how they make their play around that northern territory.
Yeah, your solo's got to be careful, but a real important question, DK, is pickles or gherkins? What do you go for?
Gherkins, obviously.
Ah, see, but do you not like pickles? I mean, sometimes pickles are a bit too strong, though.
It depends on what pickles you look at.
Like, if you got pickled onions, maybe?
Yeah,
you know,
I
like
mean, well,
a proper fish and chip shop, like pickled onion?
I'll take all of it, right? I take pickles, gherkins, you know, as long as it's pickled, I'll have
You're
it.
not
Don't
fussed?
give me cucumber. Don't give me cucumber.
Pickled cucumber?
Gherkins.
We don't want to go for pickled? Ah, I see. It's got to be the gherkins. But do you ever go for those pickled cheese and onion crisps as well? Do you get those in South Africa? Surely you must.
No.
Wait, you don't get those? You don't get that flavor? Is that a British thing? Pickled cheese and onion crisps? Or chips, as they call it in Europe?
I mean, I don't know. I've not seen it. So, I mean, it might be there. It's just not been in my line of sight.
I see. Okay. See, this is where you're uncultured in the good British pickled flavor of crisps. You're missing out, DK. As a pickled lover yourself, you gotta try sometime.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
That's gotta be one of those like British snacks that we can bring across, and you can do it as for some content, DK. Trying pickled cheese and onion.
We'll see. Pickled cheese. I've never heard of that though. It sounds interesting.
Well, pickled onion and cheese, I guess, is what we call it. But it sounds cooler, like if it's cheese and then onion, because onion then cheese doesn't sound as nice. It rolls off the tongue, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on when you decide to start chewing, because essentially anything could roll off the tongue. True.
Yeah. You could also spit it out if you don't like it, so it can come off the tongue as well.
Yeah, I mean, it still rolls off. Either which way, it is what it is. Speaking about tongue, though, this is not a segue into anything, but I like the slight bit of a build-up that we have in and around not only Los Leones, but you know, just towards the northern side there of Chumacera as well, right? With we've got the Wild Pixies, we've got Hard to Kill, all in very, very close proximity to each other.
Yeah, and its position around Los Leones, I do like it coming here through from the Lakers. While Pixies, meantime, we go back to the carnage. Where did it all go wrong? Really, for our Pixies, unfortunately, the start of the game, just too many players around them before you have closed in on the Beat Beat bus. Love to see the Beat Beat bus with the pan and the Ninja Pan on the logo on the side there. Ice Pack as well, making their way through. Just going to heal up for the moment. Before you, taking it slow, they have to be careful somewhat here. Hard to Kill are still in this vicinity, and they only actually have this 2-on-2. So for now, the positions of the Before You squad aren't an advantage, really, when it comes to Wild Pixies here.
Well, let's see whether or not they are going to let it loose, or, you know, what the play is going to be. I mean, Lopalop not having a very, very easy spot to try and rotate their way on through. Meanwhile, the zone does take us a little bit further up and towards the northeastern territories. Now it's going to be Before You. Ooh, feeling quite a bit of that heat, a little bit of the sting maybe even coming through, but Lopalop gets dropped as Andrea comes through with a beautiful strafe. And now, this could still be a bit of a turning point opportunity for B4 down onto the Wild Pixies.
And before you hear going to get stunned, but it's not enough. It's only in spite of Wild Pixies going down before you're going to grab the free elimination CAD zone as well. Taking a big shift here up towards the northern side. Still even Al-Azhar in play. So the movements from these teams are really going to look forward to those hillsides, those mountains up towards the north. Even is a section to that. You could even use the La Bandita hillside on the south coming out of Los Leones. There are options there on those high ground spots. So availability on how these teams want to play coming in, whether they want to go to the deep northern side and into the center, or if they want to still hang around the edge for a possible shift back.
Well, either which way, the hills are going to be alive with the sound of gunfire. Right?
Not the sound of music?
No, I mean, unless, of course, that's music to your ears, then you could say yes. So
they could break out in, like, different
sing-song.
like tones, like
with
different
the KR
notes.
and the M4 and the whatever.
Yeah, exactly. That's the video that I've been waiting for to look at across the internet. It's like music done through PUBG Mobile gun sounds. Different tones. It's like when you go to the park and, as you can see, a brute force at Astra. Just trying to get it down Inception, but you know when you go to the park and you get those like wind chimes or whatever, you can like slap down the little flaps, the flaps onto them, and it make a little music, and you can make little different notes. That's what I imagine it's going to be like.
Well, I mean, either which way, whether you're fit or unfit, you're still going to get pretty winded doing that. So, speaking of which, though, we are going to be just peering into the side here of Brute Force down on towards that southern side. Inception actually taking a very reserved approach to getting themselves situated and secured in this region, but I think rightly so, right? Looking at the reach that we can see come through here from Hate Me, if you're Inception, you definitely do not want to be able to be hit by the side of Brute Force.
Yeah, Brute Force here, big high position, is going to be a slight tricky position to finish off any of those players for sure. Lakers as well, though. Big push in, and you can see Lakers not prepared, or Galactic Siren, should I say, not prepared for the Lakers pushing in. They've not got all of their players together. Lotus and Ellie's gonna have to try hold out and stall this position for their team to come forward. Bonfire Female also going to lose what is Galacticos. There falls the first Elise down. Now only Lotus holding up the front line inside the building, coming around the edge. They didn't spot the entrance in. They nade themselves in the end, and Galacticos Sirens will be able to lose only 2, hopefully, as the others can move away. Lakers up to spots for now. They will go forward. They pick up themselves only to lose another. The slowdown not in position. They're also full cylinder.
Oh, come on. But still, there's a great opportunity now for Lakers to not only sit with 3 eliminations, but potentially try and find themselves a few additional plays. It's not going to be at the expense of Rhea, though. We did see Rhea use the opportunity just to get the heck out of Dodge, as they've now started to pull themselves further and further in towards that more centered region. In the meanwhile, it is going to be up to, well, the GOAT Valkyries looking to still just claw their way back into the safe area. But there's going to be quite a bit of opposition. As you can see, we've got Yakut up ahead as well as KYS. So best of luck to our 3 teams on that far edge, right? The Bane Ladies, T-Pairs, as well as GOATs. Happy hunting, but it is going to be a pretty tough rotation.
Yeah, I was actually looking at this northern side and wondering if these teams would end up getting a position at the start of the stage. There was that really, of course, awkward farm sort of area, or the flat area, you could argue, of the flat grass there on the northern end. You've got a hill up towards the northern side where these teams really would be looking forward to that spot anyways. That really is going to be also the contested spot, that compound right at the north, just below the tip of that mountainside as well. Looking at teams possibly moving right up to that location there as well on the other part of it. If you're not coming in from the zone straight away, you're looking more towards that junkyard section, looking to the east, you could argue, or west, should I say, of that zone. I cannot get my directions right. That western zone as the entrance to the roadside between Junkyard and Minas Generalis. This also offers some protection and also some entrance, crucially, I think, into that southern area more so, where that big mountain at the top, as juicy as that looks, will be much more difficult to get back to the south compared to those lower ground, slight hill positions that you've got on that Minas Generalis side.
Well, we'll see how it goes, right? We'll definitely find out pretty soon exactly what the teams have planned. Brute Force now going to be doing a little bit of that due diligence as they peer across the way. Unfortunately, no one being picked up in their scopes, as we obviously have the knowledge of where the teams are currently positioned. H2K, hard to kill. Ooh, are going to get run on down, as they will not be able to push any further just yet. But in the meanwhile, Yakut Spirit going to be looking to go toe-to-toe here with T-Pairs. Both teams are going to be trying to just claw their way into even more points. And the race is not going to stop anytime soon. As we know, Yakut coming into this match already sitting with a very decent dose of points. But for T-Pairs, of course, they are just on the edge of the top 6. Only 2 points away. So you can kind of expect them to try and up the antes. We can see already the points have been secured, but they have not yet, gotten everything and garnered all the potential points they can find.
Yeah, and MIR here as well, going to now escape, decided brute force at Astra, so these teams really not going to find the position that they want in the eliminations. T-Pairs as well, looking up towards Yakut, there should be a finish through. Here is T-Pairs, Cupquake will fall. One of those teams will have to drop, because that flank side moving into the zone, which did shift up very much to the northern side, and that mountain itself has now excluded that compound, so one of them will have to now leave as if the other wants to move forward. $1 Million Babies, you can see on the edge here, there is that southern portion. The more difficult part of this is after this phase, once these teams who are left alive, is how do they navigate around these roadsides, because these roads, especially on the southern side and those teams rotating in, really are going to be a blocker if we see another zone shift up towards the north side, and that's a scary point in where these teams will maybe want to make these bigger rotations around to the sides of the zone to enable them better options rather than coming in from the south.
Well, speaking about options though, Lisa are going to be trying to flex as many of these options as they can, but still not the easiest bit of position to hold over on towards this western side. Yakut rather going to come knocking on the door. So Lisa, got to keep that head on a swivel. We do see the Paint Ladies way off in the distance, also not trying to push on through, but T-Pairs, they could definitely capitalize on a bit of a rampage here, right? They could do with a little bit of that aggression, so let's see whether or not Lisa is indeed going to be able to follow it up. But up comes the push, right? Yakut now finding himself in a bit of a sandwich.
Yeah, Yakut, bit of a mistake here, you could say. Here, T-Pairs will actually get caught. So, thankfully, T-Pairs now out of his game is really important for Yakut. There's no more sandwich of an issue here. I believe Yakut would have been better if even Sar will fall on, so even more going right for Yakut, but they could have pushed up towards that northern side. This fight with a later rotating team is risky. MIR doing so much work to defend Yakut in this spot here. They've got to dip away from where MIR can shoot, and instead Pain and also TP suffering here from this wider angle flank.
Ooh, but the heat, it's still there, right? Say Baby now coming through with a little bit of a defensive angle. Meanwhile, the $1 Million Babies are going to be looking to find a bit of a reproach, looking to get themselves back into contention. I mean, they could quite easily do that, seeing that they're only 13 points away from the top 6. So, a phenomenal push is all they need. But they have the position to try and do exactly that. You can see Lakers a little bit battered, a little bit bruised up ahead. Beautiful nade here from Kitty into Elisio. Let's see whether or not Kulka can actually stand their ground and fend off the advances.
And this is where you're looking for that push, Kitty, to get round the smokes, but they didn't know where Kulka was, and you could see also return fire, putting Kitty at that disadvantage, forcing him behind the smoke for now. Yakut also looking to stop the MIR advance. No really hope for MIR unless they were to get some multiple knocks onto Yakut to push this forward. As long as Yakut don't over peak on his hillside, as you can see, KYS Virtue could have an angle. So if they do stay low, much more towards MIR and focus still, as you can see, Jorge going down onto the one team in front of him, they should be able to finish this through.
Well, unfortunately for Lakers, they are going to be stopped in their tracks as they won't make it past that 11th finish. But now, $1 Million Babies looking to pick up a little bit of that momentum here. Bonfire Female also going to be looking to dial it up. Was coming into this match, they were tied with Galactico Sirens, both teams sitting on a very glorious 40 points either side. But let's see who's going to be able to lock it in. Galacticos, though, they do have one additional point ahead of the players coming through from Bonfire, so the heat is on. Speaking of which, here comes the play. Let's see Laura now. Ooh, about to be met by a little bit of that brute force action as we got Dino and Hate Me just riding on the edges. A good suppressive play coming through here from Laura, but unfortunately not being able to pack the necessary punch to get the knock-in.
You know, like stepping down here, not allowing the extra peek of those players around the side of Bonfire Female to pick them off if they do try to stand up on one location. Laura, though, struggling. Thankfully, some extra support here from other teams around and forcing Brute Force backwards down this hillside. Going to struggle. The other hand of this, though, no. KYS Virtue, we've got to keep an eye on them. They've got a compound to their name. They've got a position here, which is more than can be said here for the front. This solo Hiravara on $1 Million Babies. It is much more of a firefight on trying to get up the hill on this east.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to be the case here. Still quite a bit of a climb to be made. Yakut now also in a bit of a spot where they could actually potentially overtake standings. So you can see Brute Force, they aren't going to be backing down just yet. Instead, it's going to be Hate Me. Now looking to light it up. Beautiful spray down with that M249. But where will these next few plays take us as Brute Force make their entry, using a little bit of, well, as the name suggests, a little bit of Brute Force to get themselves secured. But Bonfire Female also just over towards that southern side to play a little bit of a form on the side here. So Brute Force got to keep a lot of their wits about them, because I mean, Wolf, not exactly do they find themselves out in the clear just yet.
Yeah, and those both sides of teams, you can see how they're trying to navigate the vision and try to avoid the line of sight of those teams opposite. $1 Million Babies, also big performance so far, 7 eliminations alongside Before You, and that will bring now $1 Million Babies up to 8. That was a big positional now move for $1 Million Babies. They can start to take their way forward into the zone with Before You now out. 8 eliminations again for them. They just need to get into this zone. They're looking at a big potential of points if they can wrap around this left side here on the west. You can see that there is Yakut much more focused on still a position of Brute Force at Astra on that eastern end, and now looking forward onto the north.
Let's see how this is going to also then expand for the side of Goat. I mean, Goat also in quite a favorable setup here. They are only 9 points away from making their way up into top 6. And as we can see it, they are essentially now well within the placement point territory. So if they are going to be able to secure a few of those additional eliminations, things are going to be looking quite happy on their end. But still, a very, very tough zone to fight their way through as it does move up in towards the northeastern side now.
Yeah, these teams making those movements. Even KYS Virtue, you can see picking off the extra of Disamy. So, yes, they will get that revive through. It costs them, though, their position on their spread. And it costs them time, crucially, here on their movement. Yakuta still on the south side. They want to move slightly, maybe more upwards and get rid of KYS Virtue on an angle, on a knock here if they can. $1 Million Babies also going to be looking up towards that northwestern side. Now the attention turns to them, the only ones still to get into this zone.
Yeah, Yakut, the only movement they're going to be making is, of course, right back into the lobby now. Goat, very well secured up towards the north. But, I mean, looking at Inception, this is going to be quite a challenging play. As, well, they are well situated within the zone, but there are so many teams held on a little bit of that elevation. So it could definitely be a point that could be used against them. Meanwhile, The $1 million babies down to 1. Razva not going to have a very, very happy run to get themselves through. Think about happy though. To make yourself happy, there is a little bit of UC on screen as well. So be sure to get your hands on the card. Make sure that you redeem it. Then it is going to be a first come, first serve. So there we have it. Just in case you missed it, grab it with everything you've got. Get your hands on a lovely, luscious 300 UC.
Yeah, 300 UC, but not going to be the prize for Inception in this game. You can see the zone is shifted back, but they are now down to 1 player as the knock came through. Zeros almost goes down, so they do keep 2 alive for now. As Go Valkyries still need to now navigate their way backwards down towards the south end and to this zone once more. They have the hillside for now. Brute Force still looking over onto the Valkyries end. They have to go through Brute Force, so you would imagine. KYS Virtue have this extra hillside. They've got the dips to the advantage themselves. They've got this hill that they'll have coming upwards, so the information going to be there for them as well.
Well, let's see how this one is going to play out. I mean, this match is going to be absolutely riddled with movement up and down the overall rankings. But here we go. It's going to be Goat Valkyries trying to find a bit of an approach. They still have quite a bit of ground to cover to get themselves situated. Inception just holding on to the edge, but we've not seen a lot of play come through from the side of Brute Force. I mean, they've just been stewing on the edge of that eastern side. But now it's going to be game time. Right now, they're going to show us exactly what they are going to be looking to bring into these final field pushes as we are down to our remaining 5 teams. Numbers starting to dwindle. The opportunity is there. Hateby gets dropped, but Zaya now getting a beautiful response coming in turn.
In KYS Virtue, they're looking with this advantage with the numbers to be able to get their rise in a second game. Goat Valkyries now going to lose themselves. $1 million babies next on the chopping block. They will drop to KYS Virtue, taking the names as much as it can. But Kowalski, big knock in the patience from also Brute Force. Will it pay off? They have 3 players alive. Delicia and Pinky. Pinky crucial in the front line here for KYS Virtue to keep themselves up. But they get noticed and they get knocked. And this is huge for Brute Force, as now they will have a position on the front for themselves.
Well, Arctica now having a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders. I mean, we can see KYS also now trying to just find a bit of an approach to take. Inception still holding nice and steady. Both their players up, but KYS could definitely look to turn this one around as Delicia and Aquarius now look to find a bit of an angle. Again, still having to climb up, get themselves onto this plateau. But that could be exactly the kind of play they need to make at this point to get the jump and maybe potentially even get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. Regardless of how this goes for Inception. Ooh, they could be beautifully situated at the end, but now it is down to the wire. KYS holding steady with only 2 players up.
Yeah, Nade is absolutely mega for KYS Virtue. Now the smokes need to come down. They need to do some more push work through. The smokes going to actually be utilized here smartly to block out the vision on Inception's move into zone. It's still KYS Virtue who have the zone to themselves. So as they come through the smoke, they will not have the information now where KYS Virtue have moved to. In there lies the positional advantage in this final position for Virtue themselves.
Well, it's still a 2-2 showdown. KYS sitting with the 5 eliminations up, but Inception taking it up, up, and beyond as they've now been able to secure themselves 9. They're going to be looking to maybe hit those double digits, but that Molly is going to be absolute devastation. Now comes the play as Athena looks to try and strafe their way through Aquarius. Now on the response, it is a 1v1 showdown. Potentially Athena doesn't want to let this one slip from their fingers, so you can expect Athena to bring everything they can muster at this point. And ooh, a few more hit markers is all they need, and that could be the chicken dinner on a plate. Indeed, that is exactly what comes through.
It is what comes through, and it is a steaming piping hot 11 eliminations as well for Inception. They needed to stay within this top 6. That is how you show it alongside KYS in that second position. That revive, though, was crucial. Not getting double knocked by that nade. That is what saved them. The smokes, in a way, helped them in the move, trying to relocate and use the ability to be silent in how KYS Virtue moved into that dip and tried to get a position for themselves. Didn't work. The wider flank, as soon as one got knocked, it fell apart. Inception, well played for them to come back as a 2 and finish up that 2-on-2 at the end.
I mean, Inception now being the only team in Phase 3 with 2 winner-winner chicken dinners under their belt. The only team.
Yeah, and on different maps, keep in mind. Yesterday they did it on erangel, here on Miramar, and that's what we've been looking for, DK. We've been looking on that cross-map consistency for these teams. Inception, one of those squads that actually I was curious on how they would perform, because we didn't get to see as much of them in the previous phases in this tournament. So now seeing them step up when it counts, this is what you want to see from a team who want to make it into finals.
I mean, big ups to capitalizing on the opportunity. We did see Inception sneaking in that winner-winner chicken dinner on the last match yesterday. Here they come, beating themselves to the punch, right? Match number 2, so not going to be waiting till the end, but what a phenomenal performance. A lovely, glorious 21-point game going their way, and I mean, Inception, right? They are seemingly onto something here today.
Yeah, this is what you want. The magic that comes with those 21 points to rise yourself in the standings, the confidence and mental that comes with that through the win. And 348 meters as well, the longest elimination distance coming down from Phaser Grau. 7,900 damage healing done. It was a tough zone. I think you've also got to remember for a lot of those players, we saw even some fishies down in the water in those earlier stages. We saw a lot of movements up towards the north side, and that pressure with the repeated northern shifts really did affect a lot of those southern teams. Inception handling it well, however, not getting caught up in that chaos, and the patience from them in that final moment to be able to wait and then be able to close out that final 2v2 once brute force were down.
I mean, beautiful execution of the stats coming through here. And of course, now, as we speak about that, we are going to be taking a quick look at our match rankings here. I mean, Inception, good play, but we also see quite a bit of an effort being brought forward here by the $1 Million Babies, walking away with those 8 eliminations. And I mean, that is going to serve them exceptionally well.
Kitty did a big job here for $1 Million Babies, stepping up and being able to get those eliminations for them as well. I think this will really help them in securing a possibility to get into that top 6. They're going to need to still come out with bigger performances. It did close, however, that gap that was starting to form between $1 Million Babies and that top 6 with these other teams. These teams that are getting now, as you say, with Inception here, multiple chicken dinners in this phase.
Yeah, just gotta love it. All right, so many surprises all over the place. And KYS, I mean, I like the step up coming through from their end as well, right? Historically, they didn't have a lot of success rather in their previous runs when it came to the map of Miramar, but finishing strong in second place, right, in the match itself. Also then being able to pick up those eliminations. I mean, this is their first batch of points that they've been able to secure on Miramar, and a very strong effort.
And indeed, it is a strong effort from multiple now of these players in our focus. Of course, Athena and Zeros being in that top 1 and 3 positions. Ara as well, from before you, was holding on there towards the end of that game until they fell out from the $1 Million Babies. 5 eliminations from them. Radsfer equally for these Babies squad, 454 damage for 5 eliminations for themselves. And Brute Forces Arctica there with 3. You really also want to look now, I think, towards some of those lower teams on the standings too. We have to always keep in mind that there are teams down on the leaderboard just outside of that left side that also are bringing themselves back with those points. Right before you, we saw Slip. They got now 7 eliminations, for example, in this game. We also, as we said, saw $1 Million Babies were another example here, which keeps still that middle of the table very close together. And Inception here hoping to break away with this win and with those 11 eliminations from that middle of the pack.
I mean, that is definitely the kind of a play that you wanted to see come through from Inception, and it served them exceptionally well, right? They did bring in a glorious 6 slot jump coming through, right? All the way up in towards third place. So, you know, we don't want a chicken dinner. Goes a very, very long way. And an interesting thing that we are seeing as well is all of our teams within the top 6. Each of them have had the opportunity to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and it's only the top 6 teams who have chicken dinners so far. A point to show that ability to have the big game, to have the big point rise is what is keeping those teams alive. Now, Galacticos are tied with Bonfire Female. We have to remember there is only a 10-point gap between the 6th and the 13th position. From that 13th position downwards, 14, 15, 16s, Wild Pixie, Hard to Kill, Regnum Carrier, they all need to have these big games now coming up into Sanhok. We know that Sanhok has been a point in the night where these bottom teams can come up, they can contest the top. They're going to have to do it in these final 3 games because now they need to step up and be able to join those teams above them.
Well, speaking about stepping it up, as you can see, Yagi definitely stepping it up with those eliminations coming through on a glorious 18. I mean, Fayano also coming through with a very strong effort, 13, so just 1 behind Athena, Sarah, as well as Susu. I mean, it is even ground, right? It is open for the taking, and I'm curious to see who's going to be the one to maybe climb and solidify their position, not only potentially up in the 3rd place, but also looking to contest that 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, and it's all of those top players on the overall standings set on those top 5 eliminations when it comes to the teams on that top 5 list. Got to see if again we can see those teams in the qualification spots stay consistent through Sanhok. That match is going to be coming up next after one more short break.
Hey.
Welcome everyone back again to the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown Phase 3 final day with myself, Highland Wolf, and DK here with me. DK, we had Inception take the Miramar game win, KYS Virtue though in a close second position, and with their win earlier in erangel today, also staying on top.
Yeah, not only that, but we actually have 3 teams now tied with the amount of eliminations they've been able to bring in just these first 2 matches. I mean, we are sitting on 14 eliminations for both KYS Virtue, Inception, as well as Brute Force and Astra. But then we've got the $1 Million Babies and TPS very close to them. I mean, both those teams, of course, sitting on 13 eliminations apiece. So a lot of aggression being shown here today. And if I'm being honest, I like a little bit of that, right? Teams keeping it very contentious across the way, but of course there's all going to come down to who's going to be able to replicate those efforts, right? Keep that going for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? It's about staying consistent. And Sanhok, as we say, has been the most topsy-turvy game, if you would like to call it that, out of all of them. In the Knights of these ladies, it really is where we can see some of those teams at the bottom step it up. There's been some really big disappointments, I think, in terms of where we expected teams to be, such as Regnum Karia, right? Was one of them down on the bottom, and there's another 2 hard to kill, and another team there in the bottom 3. They really need to be able to step it up now coming into Sanhok, because as we said, there's a big opportunity around those teams in the middle. Only 10 points right now between the 6th and the 13th spot. Those teams below them in 14, 15, 16 need to try contest a bit harder to get there.
I mean, it's gonna be still a very achievable goal. I mean, 23 points. It's not that fast. 25 points, it's not an
one big game.
Yeah, that's all it's going to take. So there's a golden opportunity for everybody outside the top 6 to clutch up, to get themselves well within that top 6. I mean, obviously the teams closer to the top 6 are going to potentially have a greater opportunity to get even further forward, but it's all going to come down to how they play this next game. And of course, Sanhok is going to be the golden opportunity for the teams to get down and aggressive, right? A map that really lends itself to a lot of that CQC and aggression.
Yeah, and that's what we're really looking for, is how aggressive each teams can be, because they're going to have to be if they want to climb and be standings and also separate themselves from that center of the standings that we've been talking about. Has been very tight all through the first 7 games, and that's yes, something you would expect still with these teams. It has been the closest phase in terms of how short of a gap it is between so many of these teams on those overall standings out of the whole competition.
Yeah, I mean, we could take it, to like an extreme level and say, only the Pain ladies have found themselves a little bit of success on Sanhok, but that's because there's only been one other Sanhok. Right, so that's it. I mean, it sounds very drastic when you put it that way. But
dramatize the statistics.
Yeah, but if we look back at what we've seen come through from phase 1, phase 2, right? Brute Force, one of the expected teams here to perform well because they did so back in phase 1. Regnum Karia, definitely one of those teams that we want to see a little bit of a repeat of their phase 1 play, because they got themselves a winner chicken dinner on Sanhok. So there's no reason for them not to do that. And we can say exactly the same about the $1 Million Babies, but it's all going to come down to how these teams approach this match, right? And of course, as we know, there are several different factors being applicable here. Of course, obviously, it's not the same teams, not necessarily the same zone or the same rotations. There's so many things, that contribute to that. But regardless of what those factors could be, we still want to see the teams being able to replicate a strong effort and a strong result coming through in the Sanhok.
And especially in the early to mid-game stages and those initial rotations that your team makes, this is all something, despite that zone change, despite the changeable factors from game to game, you can still keep consistent with them in the early game stage. And this zone, actually, in particular for phase 1, we've seen a very similar zone just last phase of the tournament. So they should be familiar with how to at least work around the early to the mid game portion and get themselves into that first initial zone if they are not already inside of it. You're really actually looking, I think, towards some of the mainland rotations. There has been a focus on Sanhok when getting into that zone. The mainland rotations have been a focus. I would actually like to see teams utilize those wider islands rotations right as well. That South Island has been slightly less contested. There's a big bridge up there as an opportunity. You also have the L compound just outside the boot camp where you can make those sort of shorter, more immediate rotations from island to island as well through that river. So also there's opportunities for those teams there that haven't been utilized, as we say, as much.
Well, let's see who's going to be looking to make the most out of a little bit of the jungle action here. I mean, maybe a little bit of fever could go a good long way as well. The right kind of fever, right? Not that I know what that is, but sure, we'll go with it because why not? In the meanwhile...
Party fever. That's what it is.
Yeah, party, participation. Or third-party action. I mean, either which way you want to play it out. Interesting positions, though, that we see currently being occupied here, right? Regnum, they've got themselves pretty well situated up in towards Trifecta, but it does seem like they are going to be looking to opt into a Hatin as opposed to just kind of holding on to Trifecta itself. We do see the Wild Pixies, obviously, coming through with their own push up in towards that northwestern island, and I guess see just where they are going to be planning to get themselves situated, because, I mean, $1 Million Babies, they are just having an absolute blast over in Camp Alpha.
Yeah, so $1 Million Babies, very much the only team that go towards this northwestern island. Wild Pixies have been also known to make this rotation before and move further deeper into the zone. This was also something we criticized actually Wild Pixies about earlier in the beginning of the tournament, where they would make these kind of interesting, very quick rotations, right? But they move into, as you can see, Regnum Carrier, other teams against them. So Regnum really capitalizing here at Wild Pixies, trying to make a very bold, big rotation early on without the loot, without the information, and Regnum, rightly so, do punish them for it with 2 eliminations.
Well, as we know, Sanhok, definitely one of those maps where the punishment has a little bit more of a sting to come in along with it as well. So, yeah, hopefully we're not going to be having too much punishments being dealt out here, but definitely looking at how the teams find themselves currently situated. Center Zone is going to be a very hot and heated position to try and play off of. I mean, Paradise close to, that very hot heated region. But again, right, the team's not necessarily committed to Paradise itself. Instead, they are going to be playing down on towards the southwestern side.
Yeah, and a change also in terms of how these teams play on Paradise. KYS Virtue, the only team that actually do consistently drop here. So again, hard to kill. And again, these other teams trying to contest the location earlier on, where they want these elimination points potentially, feeling, of course, the pressure too of needing to get more in these final 3 games, where instead now Bonfire Female trying to do the exact same as well, and they're both themselves contesting each other, and I would say in a way both punishing each other, where KYS Virtue, they're coming from behind here. You can see that they can definitely set up a position where they're going to be much more favored in a fight, especially if it ends up messy and multiple members of Bonfire Female and Hard to Kill being knocked or eliminated for KYS Virtue to clean up.
Well, there's only going to be one way for us to find out what the eventuality will be. We're going to have to see exactly how KYS are going to be looking to approach this one. In the meanwhile, I mean, the rest of the lobby slowly starting to make their way on through. Brute Force still partially sipping on some blue juice. Again, as we said yesterday, you know, there's a nice bit of a tingle that comes through, but definitely you don't want to get too much of that in your system. In the meanwhile, did you see Hasiko now trying to reach across the way? This is actually a beautiful strat, as we can see Balim trying to capitalize on the suppression being provided by their teammate, and now trying to maybe secure themselves a bit of a safe position over towards that more eastern side.
Yeah, and this is a bold movement coming through from Regnum Karia, considering that they still have plenty of zones still available for themselves here. Obviously wanting to move up towards this northern side. We saw them do this already yesterday, where we saw them in Sanhok try to do just the same on the northern beach positions. This is not where you wanted to crash, and this is the wrinkle in their rotation that they didn't have last time. But they're gonna now have two players vulnerable on this bridge. And MIR really can capitalize off of this. The other hand of it, there is this zone shrinking back towards the mainland side, where Pain Lady is also going to be very welcome, joining themselves up in that trifecta of roads in those smaller buildings. They could even go up northern, just below Paradise Resort, just south of Paradise Resort. You see those hillsides where they could also move towards and get some more information as they come into that zone second phase here.
Well, we'll find out exactly where Pain Ladies are going to be looking to get themselves situated. But you were talking about the wrinkle in the rotation coming through here from Regnum. At least we know there's a cream for that can fix it. So it does seem like they're not going to be too phased by having a little bit of a bumpy play here. In the meanwhile, they're going to have to keep their wits about them, because we do see the $1 million babies now starting to draw up from that western front. So again, they could maybe feel a little bit of that contention now being applied here. But the teams, at least for the time being, going to be quite respective of the space, right? We don't see any bold, unnecessary rushes being adopted just yet.
And the biggest thing about this move, yes, they all get outside alive. Now the biggest deficit is that they don't have a second vehicle, right? They both now had to jump into the river and be able to survive that way. They only have one vehicle. So if the move comes again on that zone where you have to do another big shift, they're all going to likely be in that same vehicle. That's where it gets dangerous. What also you need to get on, though, is that code on your screen. You get 300 UC if you're the first one to go in game, get into the redeem section and put that code inside. Be sure to do it, because hard to kill, you know. If you don't get distracted by all of these teams, you won't be the first one in. Regnum Karia, they are also going to lose two players here, as they will be able to get themselves back up. It's going to slow them down, however, with more of those squads coming in. And another huge code here, DK.
Oh yes, this code, you can call it a H2C. Hard to claim. You got to be the fastest fingers to get your hands on that one. So be sure to make sure you've got that redeem page already open. Otherwise, well, someone else might beat you to the punch. So two codes have dropped. One for 300 UC, one for 2400 UC. So let's see who's going to be able to get their hands on those. If you do manage to claim it, let us know in the chat. In the meanwhile, we are going to be having a quick look back over on towards Regnum and MIR. Both teams now find themselves in a bit of a standoff, but it's going to be the Galacticos coming through with a bit of aggression, and also before now starting to get themselves positioned here. So this could essentially develop into a little bit of a square of despair.
Square of despair, you could call it that. I also like to just call it pain. That is straight up what it is at the end of the day for these players. MIR esports gonna be at the top of that pain. They shouldn't be able to feel too much of it when they have still some control on this center of zone. I also think before you, very welcome, yes, they're contesting MIR just to stay here and actually have even a better position than MIR to rotate outside of it if they do need to. It's all about where this next zone shift will move, because that will start to determine where these teams are rotating for and break that deadlock that we've had where now these teams have their initial position and they need to now move further from it. It will go towards the mainland of Sanhok and up towards the side of Tamok, still Paradise Resort, still somewhat inside of his zone, so plenty of locations for these teams to move upwards on those northern rotations and try to wrap around into the zone from there.
Yeah, we do say goodbye to Cakes as well, as Cakes now has found themselves in a bit of a position against the $1 million babies up towards that northern side. Meanwhile, the Lakers is going to be peering in to T-Pes, you can see on the opposing end. But I think this is an interesting kind of angle being held here by Lakers. I mean, it provides them great elevation. A great bit of information can be gathered from here as well. So I'm curious to see how long they are going to use utilize that position. Meanwhile, as we see up towards that far northern reach, $1 Million Babies now just rushing forward as they do find themselves Hasiko, who will get taken on down. So with that, Regnum now having quite a bit of a blow being dealt into the side of their available players. So, oh, no,
That'll
never
be
mind.
the full blow.
Joji! Yes, sir.
And now also $1 Million Babies. This actually opens them up to more opportunity here on the north side. I really like their position actually on the rotation. We said the northern rotation into Tatmok would be a great opportunity. I really hope that for $1 Million Babies you don't stay in those beach buildings on the very north. Now outside of the zone, they can utilize that to loot up, of course. However, that Tatmok site is going to be such a powerful position if that zone shifts very high towards the north. I can understand why they don't want to go there. If they have to then move out of that location, it does get tricky. I think though at this point of the game, where you are going to be so high north up anyways, and always going to have that difficulty rotating downwards, Tatmok at least gives you some strength. If the zone then comes up towards you, you can start to hold and create a position with your squad for oncoming teams trying to get across that road into the compound.
Well, I mean, there's still got a bit of rotation to be had here by the $1 Million Baby. So, yep, let's see how they play this one. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Before as well as Galacticos and MIR now in very close proximity to each other. But it doesn't seem like either team is going to be looking to give up their position just yet, right? A nice little bit of that scouting being shown here as Usara now just does a bit of that due diligence. $1 Million Baby is also going to be looking to scout out the whole situation. They do find a bit of an opening, as we can see over on towards the edge there, but they don't seem all too committed just yet. So I think they are going to be awaiting this next zone closure, and we are only a few moments away from seeing exactly where the next phase will be taking us. But a good setup coming through here from Lotus and the rest of the Galacticos Sirens.
Yeah, and this is what you want in the now possibility of another hard shift. You get that initial knock right, it allows you then to make that immediate hard push forward. So Galacticos Sirens do have to be careful. Thankfully, they won't suffer all that much because the zone still stays between Before You and Galacticos Sirens. None of them will be looking to try and make that big hard push. On the other hand of it though, you really are looking at those southern teams really piling up now. How are those teams already in the zone going to be able to defend themselves? Because that southern side is going to descend into chaos here, DK.
But it's the kind of chaos that we like.
That's
right?
what we do like.
That we appreciate. Yeah. Yes, so, you know, Bonfire Female, they're going to have a very happy time. A little bit of fun coming their way as they have ample teams situated close to them. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams all situated just south of their position. KYS, I think they've actually got a phenomenal setup here. I mean, they have full possession of Paradise, and still a slight portion of Paradise is within the zone, so it allows quite a bit of flexibility. Speaking of flexibility, look at Laura lighting it up. Deepest, already 2 players down. Vehicle explosion takes it over the ridge, and that is it. T-Pez now having to find a way to bounce back.
A big knocks coming through from T-Pez as Bonfire Female still in this location. Look though at the loot here, DK. Bonfire Female, they've been in this spot all game long. They don't have a lot to go off of when it comes to the extra utility. So holding this compound will get quite complicated as those teams start to come in from that southern point. They've really got to hold them off with a bullet, and if they do have a contest into that compound, they need to dispatch it quickly because they will need those that loot off of the eliminated bodies to be able to survive further into this game.
Here we go though, Laura taking it one step further, now turning it focus down into the side there of Inception. Bonfire right there on the aggression. I'm not quite sure whether or not Inception are going to be able to get themselves properly and decently secured coming into this next phase. We do also then have the players there from Brute Force just over towards their southwest. Meanwhile, there's going to be Lakers and Yakut. Now, both teams trying to get themselves in position as they are going to be racing for that zone. So far, it does seem like Yakut does beat the Lakers, making their way in towards the zone. Now it's going to be a little bit of that contention for a little bit more of the hard cover to come through. As you can see, the shots being delivered. Yakut now down to 2.
Yakut only going to fall out of this one. Really, Lakers should be able to close this up. You can see them now come down the hill, look to shore up their initial work. Akorka almost stepping too far, is only going to now bait, though, another of Yakut into the elimination pockets of the Lakers. Now the 2 up, trying to keep themselves alive, gets the first peek through, gets the shots in, but there falls one. Fiano is going to finally fall away. Inception eliminated out of this one. Lakers, crucial points here for them to try to separate themselves from that middle of the pack. 6 total for now. They've got more access into this zone. Really, though, the question comes from how are they going to navigate it? They would say that potentially that hillside just on the edge of the river, you would come up there and actually try to contest the wider locations before you MIR. You would assume teams would be fighting around this location at this point in time to get into the zone, so taking advantage of possible already fighting situation would be the best hope for Lakers right now.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's all going to boil down to who will be able to just kind of ace their way through this one. B4 still have quite a bit of ground to cover to get themselves properly secured now, but Lakers are going to start to roll on forward and see whether or not they'll be able to find something.
That's all of them in one vehicle.
I mean, yeah, that's a little bit of a risky play, but the Wild Pixies, they could have a golden opportunity.
Yeah, they could indeed if they can try to survive but they're not going to be able to. Lakers did get knocked initially, 1-2. Futibar crucially keeping them up across that roadside in that vehicle, holding with the rock for now. Some short blockage here for Lakers against the Galactico Sirens. They have gotten themselves closer in. That zone centralizing though alongside those open hillside positions, not allowing any of these players a compound or a building. You've only got that one shed on the north, and you can see how these teams have to take advantage of the high ground now. Inward rotators before you, taking out $1 million babies in their move in.
Yeah, a very merciless play coming through here from before, and of course rightly so, but now we do see the players there from the Goat Valkyries, as well as the Pain Ladies finding themselves in a bit of a situation up towards the north. Pain Ladies still having to find a way to escape the pressure as Stacy comes through with a beautiful spray, but down they go. It is T-Bez to lock in the final hit. Samina with a beautiful showdown, but no, it is going to be T-Bez turning their focus over onto the side there of, well, Bonfire. They do find a little bit of an opportunity. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Wild Pixies, though, out in 7th place with 1 elimination to their name. Things still looking pretty grim here. I mean, KYS, they still have a bit of an opportunity coming in from that eastern side, but it's not going to be an easy feat to accomplish. Meanwhile, before also now going to try and light it up as they push forward, but Laura just ripping it up.
Laura doing the work for now. They're gonna have to use those trees more so, because before you they have still this off angle. That 2 knock so will be big. The third one, you can see they needed more Laura the moment they peek out, given their put down here by before you. Still a position of Ara. Hesitant to, of course, go backwards to make that revive. Will let that knock player walk towards him while they try to defend this spot. Bonfire Female trying to come from 2 angles. Will just get into the zone, and now the pressure on before you as the smokes come down. They need to make that defensive move forward.
Well, the pressure is definitely on. Goat, they could have a golden opportunity here. Goat Valkyries, no. I mean, still a few points away from potentially knocking on the door of the top 6. But as we know, right, many teams got to be hoping that this is the match in which they succeed. I mean, Bonfire Female, they've been playing an absolutely phenomenal game already with those 9 eliminations up. Unfortunately, the HP bars are going to be taking quite a bit of a dip here, but this so far looks like an absolute banger of a match. KYS still having to defend quite a bit here. The only team currently over towards this eastern side. This is not going to be easy, as Aquarius will be dealt with, and now it's up to Delicia to see whether or not they can keep their team in contention.
And really, with that knock, you have to assume you go now. It's go that zone moving in. There is a building. There's a compound there. You've got the numbers. Get into that building while TPs are busy, while KYS are making that revive. Bonfire Female won't be allowed a position in here. They won't even be allowed more than that rock on the edge. KYS virtually stepping up, but they won't be able to make it. Is Bonfire Female on the edge. Laura needs 2 revives. This is the move for Go Valkyries. They did not get erangel with their positional advantage. Now they have the option here with KYS out to take this game for themselves. TPS making a move down, but it's only going to be a short-lived experience. Is there Go Valkyries take another head. Seren, the last lady alive here, as they try to throw the molly. It is in vain. There is a lot of Go Valkyries players there, and Valkyries take home the chicken dinner for themselves. Still 2 good games so far from tonight in this chicken dinner. As you said, getting out of the way of that really scary position on the edge of that top 6.
I mean, there might be quite a bit of a shift coming through with regard to the top 6. I just suspect that there has been quite a bit of an addition coming through with regards to that. So it's going to be quite exciting to see where exactly these teams find themselves situated. But you got to commend the efforts being brought through here. I mean, it just looked absolutely phenomenal. Goat Valkyries just stepping up, lighting up the Sanhok like it's not been lit up before. I mean, what a turnaround though for Goat. Right? Previously, we did see them only culminating a total of 3 points. But instead, in this match, Taya picked up 3 eliminations alone as an individual. Of course, a phenomenal finish coming through here for the Goat Valkyrie. So I'm pretty excited to see how that is going to be changing up our overall rankings.
And this is the interesting point, because as well, you not only had to Go Valkyries, you had, as you said, right, Bonfire Female, you had also TPs there as well inside of our top 3. 17 points for Go Valkyries will push them up. I'm curious to how also that push will come through from those other 2 teams that I've just mentioned. With the match summary as well, we are going to jump in with Jode getting that 340 meters longest elimination distance too.
Well, very, very exciting indeed. Well played, 340. That is pretty impressive on a map like Sanhok, right? It is pretty tiny. And, I mean, that's almost on par with what we saw happening over on towards Erangel and Miramar as well. So, you know, mad respect going out to Joji. But, as we know, there's still a lot to be played here. Just looking at the rescues, I mean, yesterday we did see it sitting in the 20s. So far, I mean, just on Sanhok alone, sitting on 34.
Look, we all need a rescue sometimes. We all need a hero, DK, and it is in your team. You'll find it on the PUBG Battleground, and 34, a little bit of a raise right now. I think the most that we've seen so far for the tournament was around 50 or so. Don't quote me on it, as we do move into the match rankings. So, and Bonfire Female, KYS versus UTP still down there in that 5th top points on the match rankings. Before you as well, slipping in there surprisingly. We didn't see a lot of him, but 7 eliminations, still a lot for them.
Yeah, I mean, 7 eliminations is going to take them a long, long way. I mean, Lakers coming through with 7 eliminations as well, but the difference here being is, you know, Lakers unfortunately not having the opportunity to add a few additional placement points to their name. Galactico's Inception and Hard to Kill taking a quick stop over at the donut shop, as they won't be able to pick up any points for this game, but as we know, there's still 2 more matches remaining. So, ample opportunity for both, or rather all 3 of those teams to try and secure as many points as they possibly can. I mean, Inception, they've been having a decent run, right, all the way up until match number 2, sitting on a grand total of 25 points that they've been able to accrue there. So, I guess to see just how far they are going to be looking to extend it.
Yeah, and for Galacticos as well, I think they have done a lot. They're just going to need to have one more good performance. I think one more big pointer. They'll be able to get themselves in that top 6. For Hard to Kill, they are going to need some phenomenal next 2 games to come out with quite a few elimination points here, DK, because they're going to need it. They're going to need a chicken dinner for sure. danger in terms of the placement points. They are in danger territory for these final two matches. The player focus, of course, Laura and Seren, those top limbs and also damage. Nothing breaking the 1000 belt just yet, but it's still a very mixed bag when it comes to each of these teams being low but consistent on the eliminations to damage.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? At the end of the day, not everyone can have an absolute glorious run, but you got to commend Bonfire Female here. Phenomenal play, 11 eliminations and 2200 damage. I mean, that is quite a bit of a punch that they've been able to pack into the Sanhok. And we want to see that continue, right? But you got to say, though, I mean, Bonfire, they've also been showing good determination here today, right? Miramar not exactly going the way that they would have hoped, coming through with only that 1 point, but they bounced back. And I think that is the important part, right? Again, that BBA... that is where the teams can just capitalize the living heck out of it and get themselves exactly where they need to be with regards to those standings.
Yeah, I mean, that bounce back effect, should we say, is what these teams really need, especially those still to garner those points. Lakers, as well, as we said, getting those consistent results through today, with now another decent performance from them also really helps. $1 Million Babies also getting themselves up in the standings. And I think also when it comes to contesting the top of this phase 3, yes, it won't matter as much with these teams kind of looking like they're getting to the qualification section, those at the top. Yakuda and Brute Force still fighting, nevertheless, for that top position. And Brute Force are getting the better of Yakuda through the day, surpassing him and now kind of solidifying hero position for themselves.
Yeah, they definitely have. And I mean, speaking about positions, though, Goat Valkyries, Goat Valkyries getting not only a 6th position, but they've also jumped 6 slots all the way into 6, right? So a phenomenal play coming through here. We did see Inception getting moved down into 5th place, and the Pain Ladies getting kicked out of the top 6, right? It is painful, but it is what it is. They are, however, tied with the Goat Valkyries here, so 2 matches, that is exactly what they need to try and break in back again. But before, I mean, they are right there. 1 point away from the top 6. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a more contentious play to come through.
Yeah, it's all down to those tiebreakers, right? And this is where the chicken dinners, I think, also really play a part, because the chicken dinner is the first tiebreaker change for these teams. So before you, also not having a chicken dinner, and of course these teams like Lakers and TPs, they're going to be at that disadvantage if later the likes of Galacticos rise up, or still we see the Go Valkyries or Pain Ladies be able to stick around that 6th position, because that's where it's really going to matter if we do end up with a tie within these next 2 games.
I mean, it's going to be a tough play. It is going to be a very, very tough play indeed. I mean, even $1 Million Babies all the way down in 12th position, there's still a great opportunity for them to try and shake up this whole position. I mean, only 9 points away, and based on their pacing that they've been showing so far today, they've been able to accrue themselves a grand total of, I believe, 24 points. So there is an opportunity for a bit of an upset to be had. But speaking about potential upsets, I mean, look at these plays, right? Yagi still going to be holding on to the lead. Fayano still secured in 2nd. But Susu, Athena, and Futaba, I mean, it's getting close, right? Susu just needs 4 eliminations more than Fayanu coming into this next match.
Yeah, I mean, bad positions really are looking close in terms of the eliminations. Also, those players that we don't see, right, heading towards that 5th position as well, with those performances we've seen, will also be trying to look for that top 5. And it is going to be very close, as you say, down at the bottom. I think for Yagi and Fayano, those 2 at the very top. I think for Fayano as well, extremely consistent. Lakers have been, and with Fayano, generally she has been on the top 5 throughout the whole tournament, so I will be curious to see if Yakud, now looking like they will qualify through to the finals, if Fayano can continue to stay at that top 5 position with those biggest of dogs who are already through the finals.
I mean, I did see a comment in the chat earlier when someone said, you know, the dogs have been let loose again, and I mean, we're seeing that, right? The numbers speak for themselves. We are seeing a very strong effort being applied to these games. And of course, it's still going to come down to the final 2 matches, right? It's going to be up to Miramar, it's going to be up to erangel to have the determining factor be applied here. But I think, well, I don't think, I know. I am very happy that I'm not participating as an individual myself in this game. Because looking at the leaderboard, I mean, it's uncomfortably close, right? All the way down to 13th. Can still make a very comfortable run for the top 6.
Yeah, 6th, 7th even tied there. We got to see who can break that deadlock in our 9th game, Miramar, just after a break. Welcome everyone back once more to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Is Miramar and 2 more matches to go before we see who our top 6 will be going through to the finals will be. DK, it's one last time in Miramar before those finals, and last time we also saw KYS and even Inception, who were the ones with the chicken dinner. Inception didn't look so hot when it came to Miramar, when it came to Sanhok compared to Miramar, though.
I mean, it is a bit of a trade-off, right? You can't have your toast buttered on both sides. You got to choose the side, and I mean, Sanhok is not too much of a concern, seeing that we only have one of them a day. So, you know, I think a lot more of the focus needs to be applied on towards Miramar and erangel, and in both those instances, I mean, Inception, they've been performing quite decently. I mean, Miramar does seem to be a little bit more on the side there. I mean, Inception, they've got themselves a winner with a chicken dinner on both maps, and on both of those, they are within the top 4 top performers. So, you know, Inception, they could definitely look to take it that extra bit further.
They've got to take it further, of course, so they need to make that breakaway with so many of these teams looking to do just the exact same. Going to be a pretty fairly nice playing path here, should I say, here, DK. Only really the very northern positions of that western end of Miramar going to be out of reach, so El Pozo droppers, they will have some difficulty. They'll need a vehicle or two, but Monte Nuevo also a, I would say, alternate location that these teams could take. Looking at also the positions that we saw last game as well on Miramar, Monte Nuevo, another one of those that wasn't taken. Actually, we even saw some change up where Puerto Parisio and Pala were also more available. So these changes have been being made by these teams to their deficit, maybe, that we saw around that big drop in the initial stage, the initial first phase of last Miramar, looking to be different for this time around.
I think it's going to be a potential play for whoever drops in La Driera. They could make that play for Monte Nuevo, seeing that that is exactly where the zone centers up. And, I mean, Chumacera, right? That is going to be the place to be. As you can see already, Bonfire Female, right? They just pulled up the handbrake. They were like, let's get... Never mind, we're already there. Let's just drop down, get ourselves situated, and see what exactly this region is going to be able to deliver to us. But I'm also quite interested to see where exactly the Wild Pixies went. I mean, taking a position all the way down on that far southern side, that is definitely an interesting starting point. And, you know, Los Higos, there could be some value in holding on to a more southern start, especially looking at, you know, just how blatant teams will need to be to get themselves in a bit of a contentious play towards that southern side.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that southern side, it's very much within that southern end of the zone. I would actually say, though, while Pixies will want to loot up around Los Higos and potentially then move towards that eastern bridge outside of the South Island, look towards those hillsides, actually looking over the South Island itself. These, again, very much like Miramar, if you think about it, the coastal line high ground is where you want to be at in the event of a shift down to that lower ground, to that lower island itself. You can then look as well with the information that you get from the high ground where teams will be around you. You can make those quicker rotations into the riverside if need be as well.
Yeah, but I think also, you know, especially looking down towards that more southern side of the zone, as you pointed out, it is an interesting region to play through. And, I mean, it's also kind of, to some extent, like Sanhok. So, we could potentially be looking more towards our performers on the map of Sanhok to have a decent run in this particular zone. I think, especially if the zone does decide to pretty much commit to those southern edges, right? I think that is the kind of setup that we could potentially be having here. But in the meanwhile, it is still going to be down to how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated, right? The Goat Valkyries, they still have quite a bit of ground to cover. Same as the Pain Ladies, the $1 Million Babies, MIR. I mean, they still have to make quite a bit of a journey to get themselves positioned.
Yeah, and this is what it is going to be. Some of these Northern teams really going to have to put it on the pedal, be able to take it to the middle, down towards this zone for now. There is those wider rotations. I would be interested actually to see teams like Pain Ladies make those quicker initial rotations, I would argue, towards La Cobria, and have that more as a foothold than to make it down to El Pozo, down to Montenuevo later, and into that zone as it does shift to wherever it will go. Looting up outside on that very northern end, you can do it in, I would argue, I would say moving to La Copperia earlier would make sense here, just because we know that with that plane path, no one would have been over in that location, so they could have done the exact same and still had a better position to make a bigger, wider rotation away from that more congested center, and I'm really hoping they will avoid that.
Well, there's only going to be two ways to see how that will play out, right? What those two ways are, don't ask me, I don't know. We'll find out.
They either go into the center or we don't. Like, but that's the two ways, right? Like, we either do what we say, what we suggest, looking at it from an analyst's perspective, or we don't.
Yeah, I mean, that's yeah, you know, but that's why I like grapes as well. But either which way, though, T-Pez, you know, they've got a very, very comfortable looting segment up in towards Pozo. Again, very uncontested there, so, you know, a very favorable starting point. In the meanwhile, we do see Hard to Kill and Yakut getting into a little bit of a disagreement. I mean, Ditami definitely going to be looking to get their hands on as many possible eliminations. And now, the rest of Hard to Kill, well, they're going to have a hard time finding themselves the next spot to try and make a bit of a stand from, but doesn't seem like Yakut are necessarily going to be looking to hunt them down just yet.
I mean, Yakut as well going to be making their move further down into towards here the $1 Million Babies. Now, $1 Million Babies really do not need to lose anyone here on this rotation. Yes, of course, we never want to lose anyone on our rotations, but it is more important this time because, as we said, we've got 2 more games remaining. $1 Million Babies are one of those teams on the cusp of making it through on a comeback today. They still need to do more. Hard to Kill, as we said, this other team really struggling. I'm very hesitant, but will say that they looking like they may be out of this phase 3. Those 2 knocks were not what they needed here, DK, coming into a make or break game.
Yeah, I mean, Hard to Kill, they've been having a little bit of a tough run, right? 16 eliminations, nothing wrong with that. A very decent dose of aggression. But it's when it comes to placement points, right? That's where it becomes a little bit more challenging, right? They've not been able to be consistent enough with acquiring those late game finishes. So if they are going to be hoping for a bit of a bounce back, it's down to these last 2 games, right? 32 points, it's not impossible, but it is going to take an immense level of focus and determination to accomplish.
Yeah, and this is where we set those players, right? If you need to get that many points, you need realistically team fights and you need those elimination points. And without those players to do so, that's the biggest blocker, which is why I really have the concerns for this team. And that's going to be also the same line that I would argue for those other teams. I mean, Regnum Karia, another one of those squads who, yes, been slowly getting up there. I think Regnum, one of the biggest shocks that we saw down at the bottom of the standings today, because in phase 1, they almost made it through to the finals, and now in phase 3, they really don't look like they're having that same domination that they had in phase 1 and games that they played.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the mental fortitude, right? I mean, PUBG is fun to play, right? But to focus at this level, it takes a lot out of you. So already, I have the highest respect to, all the professional players, regardless of where they participate, right? They are just able to perform in a completely different way as opposed to, what me, the lovely bot, is capable of, right? So I know I'm a bot. I openly admit it. There's no point in trying to hide it.
We can admit it together, right? Like,
yes.
I mean, I was talking about Neptura, how I'm an absolute pro at bot killing. Like, if this was a competition of professional bot killers, I mean, I would be straight up there at the top. Well, I would be close to top, I would hope. Yeah, you can come alongside me. We can duo. We can tag team in the bot killing championship one day. I don't think for some reason in me that will ever come to existence. So.
Hey, be careful what you ask for. I wanted to say though, we did see Lopalop though, right? Lopalop, I appreciate the Obelix bans, right? All
That's
the way
true.
from Asterix and Obelix. I mean, but I want to see whether or not Lopalop can now pack the punch, just as Obelix does. In the meanwhile,
Ooh, that is not how you go down.
Vayano not going to be able to get any elimination secured in this match.
Look, I mean, at least it looked epic. I mean, tearing the elimination off the buggy and the buggy flying off, at least you had the outgoings of an epic death. It's hard to kill. Are going to still be struggling here. To make the rotations round, you can see that that zone actually has moved away, mostly from the island on the south, so it will be now on that focus again towards those higher hills, just to the coastal line as we mentioned earlier. Also Chumacera, as you mentioned, a big position for these teams to still be looking at and contesting, especially because it is in that center of zone. Really then as well has a great position over those teams moving in, of course, to the zone from the northern side. That northern side is much more open, and as a result, teams will be looking to make a big rotation quickly through that more dangerous northern end that is more open, and they can take advantage of that again there through Chumacera and the neighboring village of houses just towards the north of that Chumacera compound specifically.
Well, I mean, Chumacera, the ideal position that you want to try and opt for is very close to where we see Bonfire currently taking their occupancy. But, you know, Regnum, they could definitely look to play quite a bit of an upset, right? We've got Hasiko as well as Gucci now looking to just extend their reach, right? Trying to expand, trying to find as much of an opportunity available to them. And they could definitely look to play quite a bit of an upset at the expense of Bonfire. But it's going to take a very aggressive application coming in on their end. As we know, they need 18 points. Well, not 18 points. They have 18. They need 32 points. So, you know, 16 points this match, 16 points the next match, right? That is essentially what we're going to try and maybe look towards for them. But to get that, right, they're going to have to just maintain that focus all the way through.
Yeah, and also you have to look in terms of where this zone could be shifting as well. And Pain Lady is doing a good job here to rotate round and that more eastern side. They look like they're having some trouble. A knock there coming through inside of the zone with one solo also having the TP's members behind them. So they look that they could be getting into some trouble in the near future. Also Brute Force Ad Astra on that eastern side, should I say, Pain Lady in the west. And they too will be moving in Brute Force on those hillsides towards the east. So I'm looking at that southeastern portion as something of a possibility. Galacticos, there is going to be no possibility for Lotus. Will be left to the fishes, as it were, is at least just going to get themselves into the building.
Yeah, but you gotta give props over to RFQ. I mean, RFQ being an absolute nuisance to the side of Galactico Sirens. But we'll see where this is gonna take us next, as we do have the blue zone about to pop yet again. We are about 20 seconds or less away from seeing what the next shift will bring. Meanwhile, Galactico is trying to make the most out of a sticky situation. They do have ample hardcover to make, you know, with whatever they choose to, but instead it is going to be over towards Inception as they peer over into the church. I mean, for before, good, phenomenal position to hold, especially on the edge of zone. That is going to allow them all the information they need. But again, it comes down to whether or not they'll be actually utilizing that space.
Yeah, and Neptune would be a big fan of his position. The church, you've got to say for yourself here, DK, that it is on the high ground. It's got access to the roadsides, to the open, but we mentioned where those players are vulnerable moving in from the northern side. That was a big northern shift from that zone, so it will be before you right on the edge, and they may consider therefore moving closer in. They may also stay on the edge for sure. You are looking now how these teams control that Chumacera, the inside of it. As you said, Bonfire Female, they have a great position still in the center also of this zone. If you are coming from outside of a zone, the alternate would be a bigger rotation. We've mentioned how both Pain Ladies and Brute Force making those continual rotations just behind Valdemar and those very low ground, lower sort of hillside, should I say, and moving into low ground into the zone would be a more sneakier better way to move in if you have to make those bigger moves like we've seen.
big moves. Those are quite tricky, but Miramar,
They're
the
big
perfect map
rotations,
to pull
and
that.
doing a big rotation, you want to be sneaky. You don't want to be traveling 500 meters here, DK, with all your teams looking down on you.
I mean, but Miramar is the perfect map to do exactly that, because especially where the zone is pulled into, I mean, the terrain allows for exactly that kind of play
Precisely.
now to be capitalized on. So I'm curious to see what the Wild Pixies are going to be doing as they do find themselves on the edge of zone. The $1 Million Babies still looking to make up a bit of ground here as they come pushing through. As again, right, you can see Regnum, they can't spot them. They can maybe hear them, but aside from audio cues, they have no visual cues to determine the exact position. And RFQ, this could be a little bit of an aggressive push now coming through on their end.
Yeah, I mean, $1 Million Babies looking for that position to maybe for the contest. I think this is also the better position for them, not contesting on the very edge of the position of the zone. Makes a lot of sense. I just don't understand why they didn't go for that building there as well, just beside them. You can see they're going to take multiple vehicles. This comes at the risk as well, though, of as the further you go into the zone, you come over this hillside especially, you now start to see the problem. You get caught by players. Both vehicles, apart from the Jeep, will also get crashed on this rotation as well. So yeah, they get to the KFC building, but it's not a chicken they're going to be looking at. It's Kitty barely surviving out of the mistakes of driving from the other two vehicles.
I mean, it still probably counts as a chicken dinner, but just not a winner.
Not the one you want.
Chicken
It's
dinner.
like,
yeah.
It's like when you get the 4, like the 5 chicken nugget box. It's not the 20. It is not the eliminations that Susu's looking for right now, because before you, they're gonna take them down and slap them with it, as it will be Usura now on their own on the front here. You've got another on the side. You've still got 2 alive, but before you, not the time that they need to be able to survive indeed in that smoke. The Mollies making it a 1v1. I like the move from Ice Pack, separating the position around, but Ice Pack just can't get past this fence in time. Gets stuck on the fence. Usra takes him down. Bonfire female straight on out of there. The shots were still coming through. Back into the building they go.
Yeah, but I think looking at this current positioning up in towards Chumasera, definitely over towards the western edge, those hills, those mountains that we just saw Uzra showing us, that is going to be the opportune position to try and take it, right? Because you got the elevation, you can see for days on end, but it's all going to come down to how the teams are going to be looking to kind of get themselves settled and situated. In the meanwhile, Brute Force now having a bit of an altercation as they do find the spray over on towards Athena. But Dino not exactly out of the woods themselves. So you see Sarah on the opposing edge. This could pose quite a bit of a threat, but hey, Dino is right there, getting down to business. Sarah super low on health. One big cough could end it for Sarah, but Blue instead does help them along as the shot rather has been delivered. But Dino now getting caught in a very unfortunate position. They need to get Arctica back into the zone.
And that's the rescues. That's what we wanted to see. I am a big fan of it. They get themselves the rescue into the safety of the outside of the blue. TBSO, KYS, the further they come up this hillside, the more that sound will be heard, the more the possibility of being caught. You can see they're trying to go for this shed, a good position on the edge, but they're still going to need to go further. This rescue, that's going to be the respite point for them with this shed coming through. Wild Pixie also coming on through a much tamer, you could argue, here eastern side entrance to the zone. Is an Inception will fall to here. Also Lakers to the side of Regnum Caria.
Well, a lot of contagion still holding up on to the west. Defense trying to make up a bit of an angle here, make up a bit of a play, but Aquarius denies Cupquake, yes, any access to that play. Now it's going to be Arctica and Dino that will be feeling that heat as Pinky follows through with yet another phenomenal spray down. Delicia steps up, and that is Cupquake. Well, having a little bit of a shake come through there as they will be ended. It's now up to Lisa to see whether or not they can carry their hopes and dreams of T-Pes on their shoulders. Unfortunately, is going to be a big no.
It is a big no at the end of the day. You try running where you can. KYS Virtue gonna run into Brute Force here as well. Is a 2 caught by Regnum even on the top. Regnum suffering 1 though. Will be a bit of an opportunity here for, KYS Virtue now to take this elimination through. And Kowalski gonna have to loot up quickly. Here's Dino caught on the edge. Almost gets caught by Kowalski's edge play through, but baited into the other angle of KYS Virtue's squad. 6 now for the team as a whole.
Pinky definitely being the brain in this operation. You gotta give it to Pinky. That
I
was
can't
very,
believe
very
you
well
pulled that one off.
You know, you just gotta get it. But speaking of getting it though, right? The zone not gonna be stopping, as it did take quite an aggressive shift back up into the northeast. So every team that we have over towards the southern side are gonna have their hands full of challenges. That of course being KYS, we got Regnum, we got Lakers, we got MIR. I mean, talk about difficulty. This is exactly what they're gonna be experiencing.
And it is indeed a difficult zone to move in here too. Chumacera really is a difficult point for the elevation that it has inside of its compound, and you can see the high ground really does play if you have the numbers to your advantage. Those lesser players also going to be stuck trying to hide inside of the buildings. Fully getting caught here on the edge, will be able to back away. H2K also still alive in this game crucially as well. Kowalski, the revive going to come through from now is Regnum Karia. Still to step up, and Cakes has been caught by Aquarius. Not quick enough to the punch, and that is a double coming through from Cakes.
Well, again, Pinky now having to step up to the plate. Ooh, there we go. Spray down is there. The blue, though, is going to be just chunking away at those HP bars, even if just for a brief moment. But as you can see, it is up to Balim and Cakes now to carry the name of Regnum forward in towards the next zone shift. Here we go with Lopolop coming through with a bit of a hit. Of course, now the obelisk position here. We want to see a bit of an OP play now being utilized.
Yep, but there is an asterisk to their play, as Kowalski on the other end will just be chased down by Cakes from behind. Crucial Cakes got away from KYS Virtue to return that one again, and crucial that they have 2 players still alive for themselves, because that is what you need to continue in this game on Miramar. You need the numbers advantage to be able to take these fights in the close quarters against those other teams. While Pixie very much in control here of this zone, they are the other ones needing these points. They're on 0 elimination, so crucially. So as these teams need to move in, they need to hope that this zone continues to centralize and they can take advantage of their position that they've gotten so far for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to hope that they've appeased the PUBG zone gods, right? Whenever someone figures out how to find them or how to track them down, let me know. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking here at Balim, who is now alongside their teammate looking to make a bit of a approach, find a bit of an anchor point and a bit of an angle maybe to get themselves secured, as they do hold on to the very edge towards that southwestern side. The rest of the lobby pretty focused up onto the north, and I mean, for teams like GOAT, like $1 Million, it is going to be quite the uphill battle to get themselves resituated up in towards this next zone.
Yeah, also for here, Regnum Karia. Yeah, they get away from KYS Virtue, but they also now have to get further up into this hillside, and eventually teams will start to notice their arrival. There is big opportunities for movements from MIR as well to come down towards that southern end. I think this makes more sense than trying to go through that open field that you can see, and also utilizing, crucially, the space that isn't engulfed by the blue area just yet. You still got that play area of the previous zone to utilize in this moment, and I think MIR should be much utilizing this position before that disappears and makes that rotation over to Regnum harder if they decide to go that way. Hard to kill, getting caught on crossing the road. The others still getting caught on now the arrival into the zone. Galacticos suffering a knock here.
Well, let's see how this one will pan out. Lakers, only 1 elimination to their name. We did see Futaba definitely being one of those contentious players, right? Trying to get themselves as one of our top eliminators. But they will have to lock it in, and a great opportunity at hand. But, of course, It's all going to boil down to how these next few shifts go. As we do see the Galacticos getting packed up and shipped out. Out they go. Now, down to the final 7 teams. Stassi, though, I like this barrage of utility flying down the hill. This is going to make things exceptionally challenging now for the Goat Valkyries.
And this is all it's about here, DK. It's about slowing these teams down. If you don't have that optimal position, as you can see here from the Wild Pixies, yes, they're in the zone, but they don't have a lot of cover. Holding those teams off in the bottom of the hill with that cover that you still have is vital and towards putting the pressure and forcing them into these other teams on this more survivalist approach that Wild Pixies are trying to go for here.
Well, let's see whether or not the Wild Pixies are going to be able to survive the onslaught. Now, Goach priming their way up that hill. They do find a bit of an opportunity to catch their breath, but Futaba not going to be looking to let that one slip away. Instead, we do see Stassi also coming through with a little bit of a utility prep, looking for the bounce. Is the bounce there? Oh, as you can see, it came scary close. I mean, this is not the kind of sound that you want to hear, right? That bounce of utility coming in right alongside you.
At least it's not an instant explosion. I mean, it could be worse. At least you have the fraction of a second to understand how much of a pickle you are in. And to put it bluntly, very soon, with Pain Ladies now going to look over to Wild Pixies, who putting themselves, quite frankly, in altogether this sort of concrete square of industry position, whatever you would call it here, isn't going to be the best. They needed to split themselves up. They had that nice split going. I'm not sure why they've sort of cornered themselves now. I'm hoping that no one's going to look at them, doubt it, with the giant amount of smokes that they've just put down. MIR will be looking this way too.
Yeah, but MIR, they have still quite a long way to go, and this is going to put them in a little bit of a vulnerable position, as they are going to be open to Regnum as well as Lakers. But that is not going to stop their advances, as they instead will continue to push on forward. We got Say Baby now also just taking a quick little cheeky play up in the vehicle. But this is going to be that push now onto the Pain Ladies. Meanwhile, it's going to be Lakers Monarchy looking to absolutely dominate towards the western side and potentially even the southern side. As you can see that reach now being utilized. But will Futaba be able to lock in the heads of the straight now onto MIR? Also a bit of an opportunity onto the Pixies.
Yeah, you've got to be careful here as Futaba, though. If they turn their attention over to you, you will be caught. You can see now the shots being realized by Wild Pixies. There are 2 angles. Too late, though. As you can see, Pain Ladies take an opportunity of a hesitancy through the window of the animation punished against Pain. 1 back for Wild Pixies for now. Need to move further in. Need to try and make that revive. You can see they're trying to go for it. Pain Ladies will be giving that information away with a knob member. They dive through the smoke and they get them. Wild Pixies down. Team Pain Ladies up to 7 eliminations for now. It will be the solo endeavor and they walk into the fire. Winnie needs to make the healing, but I worry it will be the end as MIR take them out.
That was very unfortunate for Winnie. I mean, what a phenomenal clutch up that was, right? Just yeeting out the window, coming through with a jump shot finish. Phenomenal. But, as you said, forward into the flames. Yeah, that's unfortunate indeed. Now, it's going to be down to our final remaining teams. Bonfire holding on to a one-piece. Lakers, I mean, they are looking very strong here. I mean, Futaba up on the elevation, that is going to be quite the position to try and contest.
Yeah, that was a nade. It ended up going, so thankfully it didn't roll backwards. Did end up going far enough. Tackle of the damage to the health bar there from MIR. Regnum Kara still stuck in a standstill, a bottleneck between here MIR and Lakers as well. Lakers such a crucial position here. A big nade though onto both of them. Cakes now going to go down. Opens the door for MIR here to push forward. But where do you go? You need to go into more of that right side angle. And you've still got an annoyance as a solo on the other end of Bonfire Female.
Well, let's see whether or not that that annoyance could be remedied. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Cakes now just essentially locked down. Ooh, but Joji going to be feeling a little of that heat being extended over onto them as well. I mean, Botsud also still yet to come through with a bit of a push. But Lakers, it seems like they just have this position under lockdown. And of course, Joji trying to find a bit of an angle, a bit of a play over into the side there of Balim, and that is it. Uzra getting dropped. Down they go. Bonfire having to settle for 4th place.
Yeah, Bonfire will settle for 4th, also Regnum for 3rd. MIR doing what they can. This is a very Lakers game. They will just have to wait for the blue zone to do the work. Stage 9 will engulf here the Lakers a slight bit. They are also going to feeling that pressure. As Futabar, they run down, and that is the end. It was all to be concluded with 4v1. And for Lakers, crucially, that chicken dinner win for themselves gets them the tiebreaker of that chicken dinner potential up for themselves, up to that 1 point on the win. And also those eliminations, even more so, the win that they've just got, of course, allows them to break away from the rest of the pack. They did fall down in that last game slightly, and Sanhok going to now bring them into a strong potential for contention to the finals.
Yep, 100%, right? And I'm curious to see exactly where they do find themselves, but there's not much that you can falter coming through from Lakers. I mean, they were able to secure themselves those 8 eliminations. Elicio just absolutely coming in clutch here, so a phenomenal play coming in on that end. You also got to commend MIR. I mean, they tried, right? A strong effort being brought forward there by them. Joji and Batsud, right? Just on the edge, they're not being able to find those angles working in their favor, but at least still picking up the eliminations, walking away with 2. But Regnum, what a resurfacing this was from them.
Yeah, 5 eliminations through from Regnum. I'm curious if it will be enough. We're going to have to see another big game come through from Regnum in erangel to really solidify their spot, with MIR also being around that location, getting those at least 6 placement points and the 2 eliminations up to 8 will also force them now to have another big game, but at least that gives them the opportunity here for a comeback in erangel. Lakers Monarchy is going to be, of course, our Miramar winner once again. There's 18 points, as we said, should be able to secure themselves comfortably enough into a position for finals. We'll just need maybe a few more points, and it all comes down to those points on the final match here, DK. It is undoubtedly going to be very close, even with Bonfire Female and, of course, Pain Ladies, right? Also contesting those spots and getting the 4th and 5th position there in Miramar.
I mean, it's all going to boil down to the last match. That is essentially what we are going to be looking at. But we do see Hasiko coming through with a good representation with the range there, 360 meters. But just to get back to Lakers, right? They needed 4 points to catch up to the top 6. They needed 4 points. They got a little bit more than 4.
A little bit more.
18 is a little bit more than 4. Like a little smidge.
Last time I checked it was. 4. At least with my mouse. I mean, my mouse isn't great, but at least it works out, I believe. It's a little bit more.
Yeah. But I do believe, yet again, we are going to be looking at quite a bit of an upset, right? So the upset that we had, post-match 3 was, of course, that play coming through from Goat Valkyries, getting themselves that glorious 6-slot jump all the way up into 6th place. But now I'm curious to see whether or not what the teams have done in this match has been enough to secure their position within the top 6, right? So Inception, Goat, Bonfire, KYS, Yakut, and Brute Force, those were the teams that we had in the top 6 leading up to this match. But I believe there might have been a little bit of a shift that has now occurred.
Oh, for sure. There has to be that shift coming through with Lakers stepping up here once again. Should be able to find themselves inside of those top 6 positions. Regnum, yeah, they do good work. We'll need to see them once again continue. Galacticos, another one of those teams, of course, getting those 8 points on board really will help them to be able to contest for those final positions in this last game. It gets really exciting because of the fact that at the end of the second day, we've really seen a step up from those teams that we wanted to see the step up from on the bottom of the leaderboard, DK. And this is what makes it so exciting coming into that final erangel game, where we still see those middle of the leaderboard teams contesting evenly that Miramar match.
Yeah, and I mean that is kind of the flavor of the day, right? A lot of contention coming in across the board. So, yeah, a lot has been happening here across our 4 matches. But of course, well, we need to move upwards and onwards, right? We need to see how all of this impacts the positions in which the teams find themselves currently within those overall rankings.
But before we get to those overall rankings, there will not be the ding dong bell being rung. There's one more chance, obviously, in phase 3 for that 1,000 damage count. For now, Lakers going to top out those 2 positions. No surprise, we could argue here. Cake, so big job through from her in terms of surviving. KYS and Kowalski just couldn't quite get to Cakes, and Cakes coming back behind Kowalski and getting the better of her. So it's back and forth between the 3rd and 4th position teams in our player focus, and their Team Pain, Say Baby, also doing what they can again with the jump shot through. And with the fight, it just was not to be for Pain Ladies to finish that game with final position there, getting 5th overall in that game of Miramar. As you mentioned, erangel, I am curious to see how erangel will shift in terms of who's been strong in erangel here specifically as well, DK.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a very interesting one to witness indeed. I mean, these teams definitely looking to play upsets all over the place, and again, right, the last day of the competition is usually where we see a lot of these major shifts happening across the board. And speaking about major shifts, right, we are going to be hopping straight into the mix as we take a quick look at our overall standings. And of course, we do have the players from Brute Force now sitting on a very glorious 77 points to their name.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Brute Force definitely going to be qualified here. I would argue Bonfire Female, KYS Virtue, and okay, I would say that Brute Force are through. I'm not sure. Probably Bonfire Female and KYS 2 is more about this 4th, 5th, 6th position that I'm scared about, right? Because you see a lot of these teams 55, 54, 52 on the 7th, 8th, 9th positions. That's the 3 teams that are really going to be looking at contesting those next spots. There you have a slight breakaway again, ever so slight on the 10th through to those later positions on TPS on 11th. It is very close, so still only 12 points between that 6th position and 11th overall. MIR $1 million babies. I worry for them, DK. They're going to need an absolute stormer of a game. I mean, Digital Athletics 30 points sort of stormer in this erangel game to come back with a hope of coming into the top 6.
Yeah, it's a tough play, but they're going to have to maybe try and adopt an approach similar to what we saw from Lakers, right? Because this last match awarded them a 6-slot jump, and I mean, it's absolutely scary to think of, you know, what capabilities we see being utilized here. We did see Fayano, unfortunately, not being in a position where they were able to secure even more eliminations as Yakud got taken down a little bit early on. We did, however, see two of those eliminations being secured for the team. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? Susu, though, I mean, you can't falter anything that Susu's been doing so far, right? A slow, steady climb, coming all the way from those 12 eliminations, now finding themselves up on 16.
Yeah, it has not changed really all that much apart from Susu, of course, as we say. Lakers Football getting in there still in that 5th position as well. I think that actually Bonfire Female, when we look at the perspective, if we look back to the rest of these different phases of the competition, they have actually been one of those teams that have really improved throughout the tournament, and that's what I think you have the advantage of some of these teams now coming in through phase 1, through phase 2, through phase 3, being able to get themselves some stronger positions overall when it comes to looking strong in the finals. We'll have to see, though, as we say, who gets to those finals. 6 spots only available, and we will have one more game after another break. Welcome everyone to what will be our penultimate erangel match here at Phase 3 of the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Highland Wolf. I'm here with DK if you're just joining us tonight for our final match. It is going to be a very interesting match here, DK, because there are a lot of teams vying for our top 6, vying for the finals.
I mean, there's a lot of them, right? Yeah, you're 100% correct in saying that. I mean, we've got essentially 10 teams trying to get themselves up into the top 6, right? Only a select few of them will be able to accomplish that goal moving into the very last game here. And, I mean, realistically speaking, we've got 3 teams that I think will have a pretty good run to try and get themselves secured moving forward. And then I would say there are 2 others that stand a very good chance, but it is, again, going to take a lot of focus and determination and a little bit of luck, I would say, right? Because they're going to have to hope that RNG is in their favor. And, of course, those teams I'm referring to is going to be none other than Inception, the Goat Valkyries before you. They are going to be having I would say a very comfortable push with regards to that top 6. And then for Galactico Sirens as well as TPS Esports, I mean, yeah, they're going to have to hope that the stars align in their favor.
I mean, it's a big ask for some of these teams lower down the standings. For me, I'm a bit more of a Scotsman. I'm a bit more looking at the teams who are, of course, between the 4th position all the way down to that 9th position here, DK, because they are the ones right in the middle of those teams who have the best shot to qualify to that top 6. Looking at erangel overall, though, DK, we have to look at actually the stats on who's performing the best. Now, Inception have been performing particularly well when it comes to erangel. TPS Esports, another one of those ones that have been performing decently well on erangel. They are slightly further behind, so then you're really looking at some of those other teams in contention. It doesn't really come down to a lot of them getting good points on erangel, I would say. There needs to be a breakthrough on some of these squads on realistically getting into erangel and showing us something that we've not seen, which is having a dominant performance outside of those teams we've mentioned.
Yeah, it is gonna require a very focused effort coming through here. I mean, as you've said, right, we have a few teams that have the opportunity to just maintain their consistent performance that we've seen on erangel. So TPS, Inception, a golden opportunity indeed here for them. But based on what we've been seeing come through from both the teams that I've just mentioned, I mean, they've been pretty consistent throughout the day, securing those points. As we know, Inception, they got themselves the winner chicken dinner already. Sure, it wasn't necessarily on erangel today, but the fact of the matter is still that they have quite a bit of, an opportunity to try and capitalize on, right? That team morale should be relatively high at this point. So I think it could make things just that extra little bit easier for them to push through and get themselves secured exactly where they need to go. But then, right, looking at teams like, for instance, Yakut, I mean, sure, they are within that 5th position, but they've not yet had the most gracious run here today, right? Already sitting on a grand total of 8 points for the day. So there's going to be a little bit of heat, a little bit of pressure, looking to see whether or not Yakut can defend their position and their presence within that top 6.
Yeah, I'm slightly concerned around that 4th to 6th position, right? I mean, Yakut are in that 4th spot. They have been looking slightly shaky today. A lot of their points still came through, you have to remember, from the first day where they topped the leaderboard at the end of day 1 here in Phase 3, dropping already to 3 places and, as you say, only now around 7 points or so, I believe, from the edge of that elimination. It is very tight to make it into the finals. This zone has also been slightly more nastier here when it comes to where it wants to go and where these players can look to have initial points of control. 50-50 split between the south and the mainland of erangel. So really, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a secondary team. Lakers, I was eyeing my eye up on them to make a move over down the bridge to Novo. I think this would actually be an interesting opportunity for them as Brute Force stepping onto Wild Pixies. It's been a hard day for them. And Wild Pixies caught out alone here against the Brute Force squad, who have been looking dominant.
Yeah, but I think Brute Force not going to be posing too much of a threat for the rest of the Wild Pixies. I mean, sure, they did just lose a player there, but the rest of the team, they are situated slightly further away. So again, for Brute Force, if they are going to be looking to get the Wild Pixies under their belt, right, it will take a lot more of a determined push, right? They're going to have to be quite blatant about that. They will have to focus their efforts on that. And I don't think that Brute Force necessarily have the knowledge as to where the Wild Pixies are situated right now. So, I draw the conclusion based on how Brute Force are currently just working their way through that compound, right? If they knew where the Wild Pixies were, it would have been a completely different situation.
Yeah, it would be. And I think this is where we look at the bigger picture. And for the Pixies, only having 3 players where they needed a big amount of eliminations, they needed to be the ones here going from compound to compound, from building to building, and taking these elimination points. We know while Pixies can have a good erangel performance, we've seen them actually take a chicken dinner in erangel before so far in the tournament. It just hasn't been their phase of the tournament. You kind of wonder or worry that phase 2, they drew out all of their energy, if you would like, in that one day on phase 2, because the rest of these 5 days that we've been seeing them, it has been a struggle, and you wonder if that one day was now just a fluke compared to the other days of the tournament we've seen them in.
I mean, it might be a possibility. Again, it is very difficult to say exactly what that situational play is. I'm hoping sincerely for their, for their end that it's not been the case, that it was more than a fluke, that it was intentional, and it would be a result that they'll be able to replicate again. I think therein lies the big question, right? Because, I mean, teams, as we've seen, right, they can play one magical game and then have a little bit of a tough run moving into the next match. So we want to see whether or not that consistency is maintainable, because, also taking into account that these teams have a potential opportunity to go toe-to-toe with the teams on the professional scene. So they're going to have to show that they possess that capability to maintain consistency all around.
Yeah, and especially against a big names, and names that also have been around that professional scene of the PMPLs or the PMCOs here for a while, some of them as well. So when you're looking at the finals, you really want also a team that can, yes, be consistent, but also show that individually they can even go toe-to-toe when they have those tough zones, when they have those difficult rotations to make. Brute Force at Astra showing us that they can move in from compound, from fight to fight, and be able to now have these dominant positions still. And fortunately for Before You, they are going to suffer slink back into the warehouse that they have currently. Dino did get knocked, so that does buy some time. The rest of these 2 players of Brute Force so stepping up and continuing that assault, not letting Before You have this time to come together. And this is disastrous here for Brute Force, who need these points, who need a position still in that top 6.
Yeah, so let's see whether or not Brute Force can get the play. I mean, Brute Force very well secured with regards to their points, right? They are holding on to a beautiful lead, a 17-point lead ahead of Pain Ladies, who are currently locking in that 6th place. So, for the side of B4, I mean, yeah, maybe this could be a bit of a hopeful play. Not quite sure if they are going to be surviving the onslaught, as Brute Force just doubled down on the aggression, and Andrea is going to be the last hopeful left for this team. So best of luck to B4, but I think Brute Force have this one in the bag, at least with regards to finding Andrea and that elimination.
Yeah, they may not find Andrea, but the damage has been done here, DK. They're gonna need to survive in towards a 2nd or a 1st, realistically, to be able to get the points back online for themselves. They could perhaps look for a few elimination points if Andrea can pull out some miracle. Would have to be to get a team fight 1v4 alone. I think Before You, this may be the end of the road for them, and I think also credit to Brute Force at Astra, who are completely changing up their style as well, knowing that they're secured pretty much into that finals, and here to now upset more teams along a compound to compound search.
Yeah, I mean, they are hunting, right? They are hunting. And I think the exciting thing here is that, I mean, Brute Force at Astra, they show a lot of promise. So I'm very curious to see how they are going to be performing once they meet up with the rest of the teams potentially, in the finals itself. So there's a lot that we could see start to really come to fruition for them. I mean, coming into this match, they were already sat on 30 eliminations just on erangel. So they've been showing quite a bit of a dominating presence. Now we want to see how far they can extend that reach. Speaking of which, though, we do see Athena from Inception having a little bit of a tough situation up towards the north. It is none other than the $1 Million Babies knocking on their door.
Yeah, $1 Million Babies, they also needed to make sure they get those elimination points. Inception going to be called into the blue here. This zone on that next phase, however, DK has gone down to the South Island. So you're going to get to see that South Island zone finish that you were probably wanting to see at the start of today. It should go there. It's about a 70 to 10 with also some edge about 15-20% in the water here as well for these teams. It very much looks like we're going to be down to the military base.
Yeah, and again, this is a great opportunity now for Lakers, seeing that they've already situated themselves on that western bridge, right?
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful preemptive play, reading the zone. But now it's going to be up to, well, this spot right here, right? The Pain Ladies, we got Hard to Kill, and of course, an extra layer of pressure being applied here, and it's going to come through from none other, well, then the players from Regnum, right? Regnum going to have to see whether or not they can find the kind of pacing, the kind of momentum to not only contest Hard to Kill for this position, but still make it over towards that southern island securely.
Yeah, and this is where Hard to Kill really needs to step up. They needed a big performance here coming into today. It looks like they're struggling here against Regnum, who also equally need a big performance here. They were alongside Hard to Kill at the start of the standing today. And Malefice trying to dodge out the flames, getting cornered into the front door from all angles they come. And it will be Regnum to squad wipe here out almost pretty much here. The rest of H2K. I mean, yeah, they will do it. Regnum Carrier will be able to get themselves those 5 elimination points. They need to continue to get more, though. It's sad to say they're going to need to still be able to continue to boost themselves on the standings. And Pain, they're looking towards them, and you can see that that could be the eyes for their next target.
I mean, but, good on Regnum, because this is exactly the kind of boost they need to just get themselves back on track. And I mean, this could be a phenomenal play. 32 points though, are they going to be able to get it? I don't know quite yet. I mean, I've learned also not to say that it is an impossibility. I mean, we have had some pretty big clutch games come through, right?
Yeah.
Of course, remember that 20 elimination game coming through from Digital Athletics.
But even that 30 points, they're gonna need the biggest game of the tournament is what they're gonna need to be able to get them through.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. But it's not impossible, right?
It's not.
If luck is in their favor, they might have exactly that. Again, I don't think it's something that they should capitalize on or hope for, but definitely strive to achieve.
Look, at least if they don't get through, they can still take teams with them, and they can still eliminate teams like Hard to Kill from that contention as well. So you can punish teams, and you can play differently in a way that is more aggressive, unexpected, if you feel like you need to get through. And also, as we say, punish teams alongside you, not seeing that potential or unexpected change in state of play from a team. Is Inception have moved down here towards that very much farm coastal area to the eastern bridge. Gonna stop on the edge as KYS Virtue are over that hillside. MIR as well alongside them. But Hohei will fall down for now. A split here from MIR. And it's not looking good coming around that corner of Milta.
Yeah, but I mean, an interesting position still being occupied here by Inception. I'm curious to see just how long they are going to be looking to extend their stay here, because they do need to get themselves situated, right? You can't rely on a bit of a hopeful play on the edge, but things are going to get a little bit more bumpy the moment that we see Yildiz making that push across the bridge, because on the opposite end, that's where we find the Goat Valkyries and potentially even the side of Yakut.
Yeah, and this is why it makes more sense to actually hold in a way. You can start to scout the bridge, but holding the position against teams behind you, you're much stronger in a position against these teams to take elimination points. If you move through to the bridge, you're going to likely lose a member or two on that rotation in. You're still going to have, keep in mind, those teams that you had better control of before, the blue zone pressuring down on them as well, over yourselves. So actually it makes more sense for the elimination standings point of view to be able to look for those prior to crossing the bridge. It does, however, of course, give them less time to cross the bridge. It just means they're going to have to come in on a deeper angle and then drive through, which also is going to be risky with the less information they have. Inception catching out Kitty, though. $1 Million Babies just, I think, too hasty there, trying to cross into that bridge alone.
Yeah, that was a kitty bye-bye, right? Unfortunately, not going to be making it across the bridge. Valiant effort, though. You got to commend it, right? Good pacing, good speed, but Inception, well, they just had the stronger angle to hold here. But again, Inception, not in the easiest position themselves. They still need to make a play to get themselves situated up in towards the zone. And now it's going to be the opportunity for the Goat Valkyries to go to town.
And for Goat Valkyries, this is where they also need to get these points right. It's all about what can you do in the elimination sector. Remove a potential contestation from the top 6. Also get yourself another 4 elimination points for you to get closer to that top 6. Lakers as well, looking over Galacticos for taps with that blue zone still coming in against them both. Inception going to lose a second, get a revive as well for themselves. So it is going to look good for them too here.
Ooh, you know what's not looking good? The next zone. It has moved all the way
Yeah,
down onto the military base. It is gonna be so tough, so brutal, but that is what we want to see, right? These ladies really gonna have to crank out every morsel of PUBG action they can muster.
Yeah, there's actually a really nice building here. Go Valkyrie's probably going to take out Pinky, but there's a really nice position actually on the east just entrance into military base. You've got this kind of crystal ball looking outlook tower. I don't know how you would call it here, DK, but it's a great position for these teams to take. Also keep in mind you still have those I don't know what you would call them, silos that you've got, the little openings, not missiles.
The crystal ball.
Yeah,
the crystal ball.
I think you like crystal maze.
The radar. The
radar. That's the word I'm looking for. That was the English.
Yes.
That was the English. Yeah, the radar tower. That's what we're looking for. I just couldn't think of the name. It looked like a crystal. Okay, I was thinking like crystal maze in my head, like how it looks. You know. Forgive me.
I mean, that's the first time I've heard a radar tower being called a crystal ball, but sure, we'll take it. Speaking of which, though, I mean, Brute Force also going to have to peer into their own crystal ball if they want to make it forward into that zone. Yeah,
I mean, they got a crystal eagle eyes here when it comes to the gods of Brute Force at Astra taking a look down onto those teams up on the north side. That military base has moved down towards that hillside as well where Wild Pixies lay. I think also this is a great position on the very south side of this where you're going to have that high angles. I actually am curious about TP's position because you do have that advantage of catching out teams coming from the military base itself. You are still somewhat in the open though and vulnerable coming to the south side and within that road. So Cupquake will be a core point of TP's to avoid those rotations coming through from either side of them.
Yeah, well, TP is down in towards the hangars, right? Those lovely soil-covered domes that we've got towards that center.
They're not crystal domes.
No, they're hangars. They're hangars because you can park something inside of that. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking to see whether or not Cakes can, get a bit of a response here already. Regnum, 7 eliminations up. They are leading the charge with regards to aggression. But are they going to be able to now get those placement points to accompany the phenomenal bit of aggression that they've been showing?
Yeah, here also Regnum moving in. I think actually Cakes has been one of the core players for Regnum Kara, so it is very crucial that she is still alive here. She has been vital into, I think, the success in fragging and the elimination points for their team. Brute Force still moving slowly through into this zone as well, as Cakes has shored up a position for themselves. However, they do need to get, I would say, Hasuko here as well back up, being alone. Yes, you have 7 elimination points, but does make you extremely vulnerable to getting knocked. So this is a risky move coming through from them. Bonfire female also through the smoke hidden away. You can see Cakes looking for one. The nade gonna come through. Cake's gonna have to try to get back in. Will be safe for now. Another nade into the line of smoke. Hasuko moving back to the building. I like this play coming through from both. Now being able to join up for now. Cake stepping back go. Is Hasuko not going to be a revive on the cards for now? Instead, will only get caught by Susu. A lovely flank there to cut off the escape of Cakes. You wonder if they had maybe looked to Hasuko, they could have maybe had a contention there onto perhaps a 1 elimination or more.
I mean, that was such a big brain strat coming through there from Susu. I mean,
yeah.
The flank, that was so beautifully read on the situation. So, yeah, mad respect going out to Susu. But, of course, now we are down to our final 8 contenders. Looking to see who's going to be the one to pick up that winner chicken dinner. Pain in a tough position. 1 player up. Not a single elimination point to their name just yet. Yeah, and of course, this is going to put quite a bit of pressure on their shoulders because, as we know, they are the team defending the top 6. So at least 1 point could go a very, very long way for them. We do know Inception coming up, nipping at their heels, but they're going to have to try and make at least a little bit of something happen, right? So Stacey could maybe still find that magic. Speaking of magic, though, Dino going to be doing push-ups out here on the edge, just trying to stay low, trying to get themselves secured in towards this next zone.
Yeah, well, I mean, Inception, they're going to have to try to settle with the points that they've got here. Is here Lakers 2, down to 3, getting Suzu, that shot coming through from Fudabar. Going to slow down here the Bonfire female squad from coming through. Is another one coming through down on Fudabar, pincering down these players on that high ground. Just got to stay patient for now. On the edge of the zone, we'll have to see where it goes, and I assume we'll wait until that next shift here. DK not wanting to risk the movement, understanding that teams still are falling, still moving into the zone, and they could get better placement points in this location.
Ooh, Fatuba, an absolute menace here with the AWAM. Oh, there we go. There we go, fighting Usra. Let's see whether or not Fatuba can find even more victims as, well, Lakers Monarchy are going to be looking to just assert themselves moving in from the west. But, I mean, Fatuba, though, you know, you got to still be very sparing with these shots because you only have so much ammunition. As you can see, Fatuba now down to 15 rounds in total. And I think a good trade-up coming through here with the Scar L. This is going to be not as easy, right, as the AWAM. It doesn't cause as much damage, but it will still provide a bit of a buffer, right, to maybe try and advance their position. And now they're going to have to move because the zone has shifted back down to the south. Yeah,
and this is where those AWM shots really count here for Fudaber to deny those players moving in also. I think actually for the side of Lakers, they can hold their position for now, still inside of that hangar, utilize Fudaber's AWM to punish a few of those players, soften them up on that rotation, making it easier for them when they do eventually have to move in with a blue zone behind them.
Well, let's see whether or not that play is going to succeed. Now it is going to be the push coming through from Bonfire Female. They do take the plunge, rushing forward from the north. They do, with that push, then get the jump in onto the side of Pain, and out they go. Now, only 5 teams remain. Lakers, they're going to have to do something here. The blue is going to pressure them, just force their hand. But fortunately, the smokes that they've been able to deploy does allow them the opportunity to sneak up on T-Pez.
And for T-Pez here, they do need to be careful because, yes, they have a position in this zone. It is going to be a bit hectic here with also our Pixies trying to move in onto T-Pez, having an angle on them. So they won't be able to leave that hangar. Leiku stuck on the top of it, though. Both teams pretty much in their final spot for this stage. They will need to make a big move to change their location currently that they've found themselves in. Lopalop gonna drop down as well. And another smoke just trying to help Skiz get to that revive. Bonfire female on the other one, though, of those mounts, going to hold their own position on that next zone. So we have gone into a slight stalemate here. They will look for these knocks or so. We are going to have to, I assume, wait one more stage shift to see which of those hangars it's going to go into.
Well, either which way, the teams will just have to hang on. And now Bonfire female also trying to find a bit of an opportunity coming through from this northeastern side. I mean, I like the setup though, right? Really well hidden, good tree cover that they can also look to utilize. The Wild Pixies, well, not such a favorable position, right? They are very, very exposed, and they are going to have a really hard time finding their way back into this phase. Goat down to one. Ooh, yeah, just as vulnerable and exposed.
Yeah, Goat. Really going to be the end of the line for them. That car is the only protection. As you can see, it is not enough. And the Goat Valkyries will fall down into that 5th position. 7 total points from this game combined, while Pixie still here, somehow in this final match. This has probably been their best performance all this phase. And it is just unfortunate here, DK, that it is happening to them in this last game. Still, they can come up with an upset. It's going to be tricky. You can see that zone has moved away from them. And those eyes, all those beady eyes of Bonfire female are on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough play here for the Wild Pixies. As you can see, devastation just getting dealt into the side of them as Fully now, well, Fully loses HP and makes their way back into the lobby. There's still going to be quite a bit of a play to be had between Lakers and T-Pez. I mean, both teams, they've essentially been neighbors for so long, but we've not seen any conclusion being brought through on that end. And of course, the zone is going to be leaning quite heavily in their favor, so they're going to have to make something happen at this point. The rest of Bonfire female, though, they are going to be looking to expand their approach. You see that push coming through from the vehicle. Nice bit of suppression here from Laura. But will this result in the kind of play that Bonfire female now need?
Yeah, Bonfire female trying Laura here to step off onto Fudabar, but you can see Fudabar getting the better of Bonfire female, and Laura crucially down, will dodge the nade as best they can. Goes over the top of the head of Fudabar. You can see Usra cooking up another. They need this one to land, and it doesn't take down the rest of Fudabar. They're still all alive, low on health. The Molly now going to be sent through onto Elisio. This will also whiff ever so slightly. So Bonfire female, the utility not coming up to the effect that they need to. TP's still there behind them. Keep in mind there's still a team camping out below both of these teams on their fight.
I mean, this is going to be the most important game now for T-Pez, as they are but only 12 points away coming into this match from the top 6, right? So if they are able to clutch this one out, that could be the top 6 in sight, right? Of course, the final 2 teams that they were looking to contest against, just trying to solidify and cement their position within the top 6. But it's now going to come down to T-Pez looking to see if they can clutch this one out. It is going to be a 3v3 fight for that winner chicken dinner. Susu and the rest of Bonfire female already having quite a good pacing now to try and capitalize on. But we do see Cupquake coming through with an MG3, so that could be the kind of punch rather they need to pack to get that winner chicken dinner under their belt.
They need to get over that ridge, though. They don't have any information on where Bonfire are. It's only what they can hear audibly. TPs need some clarity on the positions of Bonfire female before they can use that power in the close range exchange. They will hold their position for now. They know that Bonfire female need to come slightly down here. They're going to utilize also this stage 8 and the pressure in which, of course, now this blue so damaging can bring their TPs. That's all the utility also gone from Bonfire, is a nade going to punish them ever so slightly. They will get back to full health, but there is no more mollies. There's no more nades to force TPs out.
I mean, that is actually a big brain strat coming through here from T-Bears, right? It's Bonfire female utilizing all the utilities to try and find a bit of a hole, a bit of a weakness at the expense of T-Bears. Now it's going to come to that final push. It is going to be the play. The smokes now getting ready to pop, and there we have it. T-Bears down to Cupquake, and of course still Semina, but it is none other than Bonfire female, just absolutely asserting their dominance, coming through with a very exceptional finish, and of course taking that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, 12 eliminations coming through as well from Bonfire female. A giant game from them. This has to be Bonfire female with that win also through into the finals. This team has, as we said earlier, been improving so much when it comes from phase 1 through now into phase 3. This tournament, I think the progression of this team, very excited to see what they will be bringing to the table for the finals.
Oh, I have just this empty feeling in my stomach, right? I think we are going to sit with a few teams staring at the top 6.
Yeah.
But not being able to get in. I mean, and it's not due to a lack of trying, right? They brought it so aggressively coming through in this last match. I mean, it's Inception being one of those teams that needed the final push to get them just over that ridge. They needed 5 points to get their way in, right? Based on the points they had leading up to this match. Pain Ladies, they were the team defending the top 6, sitting on 60, and I'm curious to see whether or not they've been able to do enough to ensure their safety. But again, such a strong attempt coming through from the teams outside of the top 6, trying to kind of just break their way through, right? But the top 6, the defense was there. Bonfire on target, ensuring that no one is going to try and contest any potential plays. Lakers also a phenomenal approach coming through with their 7 eliminations as well. But, I mean, you can't fault what Bonfire did here. 12 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Bonfire, they've had multiple now chicken dinners throughout the tournament, and this is just another one to their list. Bonfire, as we said, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to contesting those finals, and I think proving that they can also go toe-to-toe with those 8 finalists already qualified, and of course KMG and Slytherin, who joined through in that list on phase 2. That aggression that we saw from them, that's going to be required, because there's a lot of aggressive teams coming into the finals next week as well, who also rely on getting those eliminations.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough lobby, right? It is a tough lobby. A lot of pressure across the board. As you can see, not a lot of rescues being brought through this time around. Only 23, but still a healthy dose of that total amount of healing being brought through. Almost sitting on 9,000. Essentially just 3 HP points away from that. But a very heavy hand with regards to utility. 172 utilities being capitalized on throughout this game, and of course a large number of those we did see happening near the end of this match.
Yeah, I think this is just down to, of course, the way the zone went, the way that they had to move across the open spaces of land outside of military base, also across the bridges as well. Earlier on in this game, it all ends up stacking up for these players. 22 points, of course, through from Bonfire again. TPs, though, getting that 12 per point total alongside Lakers. They should look to maybe be contesting that border. Is not a high count by all means from these two teams, so we will have to see how they stack up in the overall standings. Go Valkyries, very close by them as well. At least you can look towards those teams who are also already within the top 6, maybe looking to get some points here or there to keep themselves within. I'm really curious at how teams such as Yakut as well will fare now in that top 6 after, again, as you would say, getting a donut in this final erangel match.
Yeah, I mean, donuts are nice, right? But
Not in this
nice
one.
is not what you need. It's not what you need, right? You need
Yeah.
to go a little bit beyond that. But of course, well, we got to commend our performers here. Cake's coming through with an exceptional amount of eliminations. We can see locking in on 5. Also landing a decent dose of damage, right? 707. But Futaba, though, with the AWAM, even only getting 1 elimination, nearly securing 900 damage.
Yeah, 900 damage here. I think you can also, crucially see throughout this phase that a lot of the damage has been less because these teams, as we said, have been more controlled, more focused on their positions, but also because they've all been much closer together in this phase. I mean, we've seen it through the points overall, DK. These teams have been neck and neck, jumping between the top 6 and out of that top 6 all tournament long, which I think really is testament here. You can start to see it through from the damage again. Another sort of even spread up until, of course, those big numbers from our top teams. 1993 from Lakers and another 1884 from Bonfire Female.
Yeah, I mean, and rightly so, because, you know, they were trying to defend their position within the top 6. So that explains the pure showing of aggression that we had coming through on their end. And of course, as we know, right, these teams not only trying to defend the position within the top 6, but also trying to improve their own positioning within it, right? Trying to see if they can maybe get themselves up to the top of the board. So a very, very strong representation being shown here. But as we know, right, it's all going to come down to whether or not the Goat Valkyries and T-Pairs were doing enough. And, well, as we have our answer here, they fell just short. I mean, 1 point between Pain Ladies, Goat, T-Pairs, and Inception.
That is a crazy standings, considering that Inception also got a chicken dinner today and it wasn't enough here, DK. So you can see that these teams had to really fight for it. Pain Ladies just edging it out there with the 1 point extra really was crucial to them getting into those final positions of those final teams to make it in, of course, to that final spot. Yakut just staying as well on the edge of that top 6 as there too. Bonfire Female, I think, are the biggest surprise for me. I mean, Lakers as well. You could argue they're even into 3rd, but Bonfire topping the standings in phase 3. That is a rise for them into the top.
Yeah, but you also got to commend the efforts and the growth that we've seen here, right? 4 out of our top 6 teams comes through from phase 2, right?
Yeah.
Only Brute Force and Pain Ladies made it straight from phase 1, and they were able to maintain that same kind of push all the way through these past 2 days to ensure their position within the top 6. So, I mean, you got to commend Bonfire, Lakers, KYS Virtue, and Yakut Spirit. I mean, phenomenal gameplay coming through from their end. The growth that they've been showing, absolutely amazing. But I guess the big question is then, how are they going to measure up moving into the finals against the teams that already have had those, you know, direct invites?
Yeah, and you look towards those teams and you say, well, yeah, they've beaten the teams in phase 3. They have a lot of potential elimination, potential fighting they're going to have to go up against the likes of Galatasaray, Digital Athletics, just to name 2 of those scary names inside of those already finalist teams. The top 5 eliminations going to go to Brute Force here at Astra Yagi, tied with Susu from Bonfire Female at the top of 20 there overall. Yagi taking it for now, considering that she has been there already before. Fayano is going to get there for Yakut still in 3rd. Futaba with the Lakers on 15 eliminations in 4th. And Seren, the other 2nd player of Bonfire Female, with 15 eliminations there in 5th. I'm curious to see how, as you said, they stack up here, DK. Considering yes, we mentioned some of those big teams already. Also keep in mind KMG and Slytherin coming through from phase 2 directly to the finals as well. Seeing them, they were also another 2 big teams alongside an already stacked list of aggressive teams already now into the finals too. I mean, we know what Slytherin can do in some of their games, like erangel.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be scary, right? But I'm feeling hopeful for the teams that we've seen now grind their way through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then leading on to the finals, right? The growth is pretty evident, but we want to see just how far they can push it. And of course, now speaking about push, right, it's the last push for a few codes. As you can see them right over there. They were over there, they were over there, and of course, that's not the only code that we are going to be having. We'll see even more come through. So if you missed that code, pause it, quickly claim it. That was for 1800 UC, and of course, there's still even more UC to come.
Yeah, and there is even more, 300 more still to go when it comes to our second code on the screen there. You make sure to get it before the finals. What a better way to top up your wallets when it comes to getting the latest fashion trends with that UC in your pocket. DK, I mean, looking into the finals, the trend has got to be what can these 4 teams who have made it through the ringer, who have made it through all 3 stages, can do. Any final words leading into our finals, DK?
Finally, no. There's no real additional words to add on here, but I'm just going to say, you know, bad respect going out to all the teams that they've been able to bring through. I mean, big congratulations to Inception for their 2 winner chicken dinners. The only team in phase 3 to do that. You know, well played, exceptional stuff coming through on them. And I look forward to see even more from them in the future. I mean, I want to see everything that all our teams that we've had in this entire PMEWL are going to be doing moving forward. I mean, the growth is there, the opportunity is there, and you just want to see how they'll be growing and, you know, expanding their capabilities.
Yeah, we've got to see what we can do to improve, to reform themselves for our next tournament. But for now, in the PMEWL, we'll be seeing you over in the finals next week. And it will be, I believe, on the 23rd and the 24th of October, but be sure to check out the PUBG Mobile Europe YouTube channel to make sure you are in the loop of when those live streams do happen. It will be me and DK there, the same start time. We'll see you next week for our finalists.
I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.